So feeling like playing more League of Legends in a tournament like this can give you the edge when you get to the final match, and that's why I think both of us went the way of T1.
Yeah, I think the playstyle of playing through AD carry, T1 have been the best at it, and I think they've figured out how to do it even harder throughout the trials they've been through against Nongshim and D+ in that lower bracket. Since they lost to Hanwha, they've leveled up, in my mind. And so I give them a slight edge here, but notice no one is predicting a 3-0 on either side. Notice also that it is an even split 4-4. Like,
and
this is going to be close.
And there's only 1-3-1, and it's Cloud Templo who feels like HLEvsT1 will be able to bring it home. I think that this is an extraordinarily difficult one to call. I do think side selection here in game number 1 is very important. We know that T1 have excelled on the blue side, but especially in game 1, I feel like the blue side is the most powerful because so many of the picks are still left up and available, right? And
Definitely
so that first pick you can really do some damage with. So we'll see how HLEvsT1 is going to be able to utilize it here to get themselves to the best foot forward. As Coach Home making his way over to HLEvsT1 as well. He was another new addition as Dandy moved over to Nongshim Red Force. And so the coaching staff going to evolve, but also, I mean, this is a guy that's been around, like he won Worlds in 2014. So it's certainly a man with a lot of experience now piloting this roster. And here we are, into the draft for game number 1, and already the Bard tax has been paid.
Yeah, I think that Keria is going to be absorbing a lot of bans as he has throughout the entirety of the tournament. This is something that every team has to deal with, is the Bard and the Nico in the hands of this insanely strong bottom 2v2, the strongest in the tournament, bar none. Like, it's not even close. Just cannot allow him to have range champions, but specifically the strongest on the patch in the Nico and Keria's best in the Bard.
Yep, let's see whether it's going to be an Azir or an Orianna banned away here, or whether it's going to be an accepted trade between the two mid laners. If it was like a Talia ban, for example, then you have to ban the Azir or let it through, and so therefore maybe giving yourself an Orianna option would be a good idea. Instead, it's going to be the Yunara taken away from Pays.
And if we just trade these, I think for the rest of the time that HLEvsT1 is on blue side, these will be the 3 bans that you see each and every time, as the Scion will be banned, and we are going to trade Azir for Orianna.
Now, which one do you want to pick up? That's the question.
Zeka probably prefers Orianna here. You know, Azir's synergy with a lot of jungle picks is a little bit stronger, so because they are blue side, they're going to take the Azir away. I think Zeka is stronger at Orianna. We'll see the Jace to come through here straight away. A flex pick here for T1 with the Varus for Pays.
I actually really like the Jace lock-in because then you deny it from Zeus and Kanavi. Both of them have played it so far this tournament, and so now not going to be on it at all, and a pick composition is coming out as Pays taking away the Varus. The entire series, you're not going to see Gumayusi's best champion. So already it feels like there's like a fearless mindset for T1 with the denial beginning very, very quickly. As Kiana, that we did not see at all yesterday, immediately snapped up. And what will HLEvsT1 be pairing it with? That is the question. Zeus's pick could be what comes through, or they might want a little bit more information as to where that Jace is going. Maybe a bottom lane pickup could come through, but never mind. The Ambessa, and this does feel a little bit like a takeaway at the same time, as Doran has really been a fan of this champion in 2025.
Let's see if this is going to be a support pick here, or if Faker's just going to look for the Orianna. I think the Orianna feels so obvious here, and with the Azir first pick, like, you didn't have to lock it the first 2 rotations, or the first 2 locks, like R1, R2, you could save the Orianna for third, so if
I would have minded Talia as well, and then keep the Orianna up and available for when maybe you're on blue side to try and draft around. Could be an option there as well.
It is very expensive in terms of bans in the future when you are on red side, potentially. So, see what they decide to do. I think the Orianna is the safer bet here. There's nothing that they need to get right now because the jungler's already locked in. Sure, we'll definitely see Owner eat some bans if this is going to be a flex pick for the Jace, but you just can't know that right now. The other thing to consider is that there's not any information about what Hanwha's bottom lane is going to be. So grabbing a support with Varus here just feels a bit over-aggressive. And this Orianna is not only the strongest mid laner really on this patch, but also hides what else you're going to be doing there on the bottom side. It's a pretty safe and easy lock. As Sivir will be taken away. No scaling, no wave clear. Renekton likely.
feel like they're taking their time, but it's got to be the Croc, right?
Assuming that they think that Jace is going to the jungle, which I am right now going to make that assumption.
Ooh, instead, it's going to be the Poppy taking away a third carrier ban to come on through. Maybe they just ban Poppy Rakan and really make sure that Carrier is not playing one of the, 4 champions that he's almost immune to losing on, which is kind of ridiculous. A player probably should not wield that much power, but it's Carrier.
If it was another AD carry, I think you would maybe consider a Ziggs ban here, even though you already have the Azir, but you have the Kiana that works really well with it, but it's Guma. Guma has shied away from it. They're going to do it anyways.
Do it anyway.
Okay, so that feels really safe to ban. Just take that away. No shenanigans with that. No extra burst damage. No outranging the Varus. You already have Jace Varus, so it's hard for them to get to you. Outside of the Ambessa ult, right, the Emperor's Divide can maybe close the gap, but you're feeling pretty good about how neutral setup is because you can put a ball in a choke and you can sit back and poke. And the Pantheon ban is something that I think is really safe if this Jace is going to be flexed to the top side for Doran because it's so incredibly strong into Kiana.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of expecting that it's going to be the Ambessa Jace matchup towards the top side of the map. Kind of intriguing there as they're going to hold on to the flex for as long as they can. Carrier now going to be playing the cow and doesn't need to worry about being silenced as well, which is pretty important. Gumayushi has been pretty good at both of these champions that he's hovering at the minute. The Jhin has been definitely closer to his signature, as we'll see whether they do decide to lock that one in. Looks like that is going to be the decision for now. And with the amount of consistent damage that you have with the Azir already on the roster, I really do kind of like this as Delight picks up his famous Rakan.
All right, so this is where we're going to find out if Owner's just going to play Xin Zhao, here and push the Jace into the top lane. Or is he just going to play the Jace jungle and we see the Renekton that was not banned taken over, and that seems to be a look here potentially.
A Shuriman vibe anyway.
I don't like Cassante as much in this draft. I feel like you don't need that much tankiness. I think you want more threat. And if the Kiana gets caught by any CC while trying to go in, whether it's the Shockwave, the Varus ultimate, or even a W from the Renekton, Alistar as well, potentially a problem. She just dies so quickly that you take away the carry potential of this very squishy jungler that Kanavi does prefer quite a bit. When I look at the draft here for HLEvsT1, I think the biggest piece of it is actually the Ambessa. The Ambessa needs to be able to set up the Jhin, needs to be able to set up the Azir shuffles, needs to be able to get the Kiana into position to actually find those big ultimates. So Zeus, to me, has to be the biggest impact here for HLEvsT comp to work, whereas T1's comp plays itself from ahead because they have double poke and zone control.
Yeah, and big tanks as well. I mean, HLEvsT, you mentioned already that Kanavi's very squishy. The entire team is just squishy. So I'm looking at Delight to be able to lock everyone down and allow that large amount of damage to mean that the amount of tankiness isn't necessarily going to be a problem. If all of your opposition are dead, it doesn't matter whether you take too much damage or not. So a little bit of a finesse draft coming in from HLEvsT. They have a lot of very, very powerful champions though, and the amount of wombo combo potential is extraordinarily high. Emperor's Divides, supreme displays of talent, Kanavi and Zeka. I think it's going to be a big deal here in this game. The Soup Coliseum here in Songam explodes as the T1 fans ring out, but HLEvsT does have some representation here as well, as we have a full house. There are not very many open seats here in this stadium.
And there are still people actually coming in to claim theirs.
Yep. I imagine we're sold out. And that's all I'm going to say.
I think that part of the reason why some fans are just spilling in now is because there's so many people here that it's kind of difficult to get in the elevator.
Yes, yes. It's on the, what, you have to come up to the 12th floor, or is it the 15th floor to get in?
I think 15th floor is where most people come in at, and then you walk down, and then there's also the upper seating that you can get in onto the 15th floor.
Yeah, and look, it just means that you're not taking the stairs.
No.
It's a lot of stairs to take. So it is, yeah, a packed elevator scenario. Having a look here as we get into it, looks like there's no lane swap shenanigans or anything like that to be coming on through. As Gumayushi, we haven't really seen too much of his Jhin so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to play it twice in his last best of 5, but was not allowed to. Or he didn't play it the first time, but he tried to play it.
He was like, it's my turn.
Yeah. was fearlessly banned. That was a funny scenario. But yeah, he's only played it, I believe, once this tournament. And this draft does not scream Jhin draft to me, right? When you think about Jhin, you think about some sort of really consistent setup. The Ambessa is going to be, I think, the best of that. But you think about Syndra. Sometimes you even think about picks like Sylas and Tryndamere that were really popular with Jhin in the past.
Yeah.
And both Zeka and Faker, by the way, as we take a look at their trades here, have had negative CS at 10 minutes. Like, neither of them are actually winning lane very well here in this tournament.
I mean, sometimes you're just laning against a showmaker that's having a really good time.
That is the TLDR, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like. He can't just be, what is it, like 9 CS on average up every single 10-minute of every game. So these are the guys that have been laning against him for the majority of these best ofs. So they are going to be falling at the hands of that.
Another unique part of this draft for T1 is that it's one of the first times they can't just default play through bottom lane and set up dives, because it's an Alistar lane, and they're also playing the Jace jungle, which doesn't dive very well, as we have seen in the past in this tournament. So it will be a little bit more of a slow start for FaZe this time around. Gumayusi and Delight will be the ones getting the edge in the early laning phase.
Yep.
FaZe takes teleport as well as a result of this.
Yeah, doing a great job here on the bottom side of the map at least, but it's to be expected mainly from Delight on his Rakan. He is so good at orchestrating the early laning phase. Zeus just trying to survive as best he can. We know that the Renekton a pretty good matchup into the Ambessa. And you can see Doran continuing to shove waves in relentlessly towards this turret. I think eventually Zeus is going to be feeling better, but around levels 4 and 5, that is when you do not want to tussle with the Crocodile.
Oner's going to come down here and try to make an impact, but there is a ward in the River Brush because they had Prio.
And to all of those people that were saying Oner never ganks for Gumayusi, look at that, was moving down into Gumayushi's lane. Yeah, so there you go, making up for lost time. You love to see it. All right, we've got Kanavi moving over though, as Zeka will be alongside him at least for the minute. Now a 2v2 has broken out here in this mid lane, as Zeka taking a lot of damage from that dissonance from Faker, but still these Sand Soldiers are doing some work. Let's see what Kanavi can get done here, as he does manage to find the stun. Decent double Qs coming on through here, as the Shock Blast will land, and Oner's able to get a fair bit of damage back. Carrier water walking, as we could see, to try and get up towards that mid lane, but Delight's going to rotate over there as well. Deadly Flourish from Guma doing a lot of work towards FaZe, as Delight doesn't quite manage to cut him off there. As you could see, Battle Dance brings him back to Guma, and this Jhin is having a real good time. Fourth shot there onto the cow, but HLE able to really hold their own here in this lane.
Yeah, Guma has barrier as well. FaZe does not have, so he is ready to continue to fight. This is definitely not what T1 wanted with that exchange. As Doran,
oh man, Zeus taking a lot of damage here, as now Doran looking to try and make this a solo bolo. Flash available, but he decides not to go for it.
Doran was so calculated there. You can tell he was moving to the left side there. He's like, no, you actually need to get under your turret or you are dead. And Oner's coming over here too. Zeus is going to be forced to leave, and will have to teleport back to lane. Doran's even going to proxy this wave. A lot of CS is going to go down here on the top side of the map. Zeus' back is stopped as well. A ward goes down.
Vision is there, as now Doran moving back will be able to take a plate and move his way out of there. And you can see now moving up to almost like half a kill's worth of gold in advantage here for the Renekton. But hasn't necessarily been last hitting all of the minions. And as you can see, the CS margin is not very high. So Doran going to be going back to base, does grab himself a Caulfield's Warhammer, and will be now teleporting back in.
Yeah, it was almost a huge edge that he got there, but it's just a slight edge instead.
Yeah, it does have the extra plate, so that is going to be helping out a decent amount. Zeus will turn back up again. Ooh, item parity here for both of them, except Doran, he's the guy, you know, that goes to the coffee shop and actually brings a tumbler, you know? Not to be the case for Zeus, as we do have Deadly Flourish here onto Carrier. I think he's too worried about it, as Dancing Grenade comes on down. Gumayusi able to sidestep that Piercing Arrow very nicely. Look at that health bar, he is full up.
Yeah, I mean, he does not care about FaZe right now. He is ready to fight him. And Oner here, I don't know how much really impact he can actually make, as Kanavi will miss, so that gives him an opportunity for the all-in.
Yeah, fantastic Shock Blast going to connect, as Kanavi down to 200 immediately. Still will be able to dash over this wall and keep himself alive with that Terror Shape, but the Drake actually does a fair bit of work there, as Kanavi really going to have to put his tail between his legs and get the heck out of here.
Not entirely sure why Kanavi decided to test the theory there, as if you don't hit that, Owner
I don't think he knew that Owner was there in the rush.
Well, he found out, right, by getting a bit too close, as here comes Keria.
Yeah, Headbutt Pulverize to connect onto Delight, but Gleaming Quill just going to get a whole bunch of health back.
And I think the Shock Blast didn't look like it fully connected there either, so Owner not able to get the damage done he wanted to.
Not so much. Still Keria is going to be spotted here, as Hayes not going to get deadly flourished this time around.
This is quite a different look for Hayes and Keria here, just not in control of the lane whatsoever, and Owner cannot, you know, bail them out. It's not a massive deficit by any means, but usually Hayes and Keria have a kill by now. This is definitely with this matchup with the Alistar they locked in, just not possible. And HLEvsT1 are coasting through this bottom side of the map quite well.
Yeah, definitely having a good time. It is a different flavor. All right, as you were saying it, Wolf, there is going to be the Headbutt Pulverize back, and down goes Guma, nothing he can do.
Had to flash that. He did not. He is dead. Just
and
a bit too close
to
to the
press
sun.
flash at all.
Yeah. Well, once you're knocked up and you're gonna go into the turret, I think. I mean, there's not a whole lot of reaction time here, but should know this range. Is in knockup, can't flash, cannot get out of the headbutt there. Just dead.
Yeah, and yeah, decides not to immediately flash. Instead, decides that he wants to try and get as much damage done before he does fall. So just accepting his fate, as we can see a teleport from T1 to bring them towards this top side. It's Keria making his way in now. Hayes had used his teleport already, as now Kanavi to take away one of these grubs. And Shock Blast from Owner is really making things difficult for HLE. Keria on a little bit of a flank, as that grub is going to be taken down. Now going to get stunned up momentarily. Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will just yet. As Kanavi, I don't know whether they're going to go for a contest here, as there is the supreme display of talent. Keria going to be stunned up momentarily, as there's the Emperor's Divide. It throws Faker back as he flashes over the wall once again. The three-man Shockwave defensively, but the Grand Entrance, and Delight is able to take him down. A 1-for-1 there as they answer that first blood in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and they did end up getting one of the grubs, so T1 are not able to get all three. Still will be able to get the objective feat of strength out of it, but big win there in the end. Faker, I think, thinking that maybe if he is able to flash triple Shockwave as they stack in the choke, that he has enough speed to get out with Phase Rush, but is unable to do so. Faker's positioning here is completely intentional because he wants to be able to guard. It's actually a great play from Zeka. And then Faker's like, all right, well, I'm going to have to operate on this choke, gets the triple and the Phase Rush, but Delight catches him with the flash play there and knocks him up. Faker nearly gets outplayed it so well, despite Zeka's Emperor's Divide.
Yeah.
Phase is going to get some extra gold here on the bottom side of the map, though.
And the Varus, I mean, we were talking about it before. Wolf, you brought it up. He's pretty good at getting first blood. That has happened again. And this Varus in the mid game is going to be very, very scary. Both of them now sitting on serrated Dirks. As Phase wants that Ghost Blade as quickly as possible. Will be able to get himself a little bit more here as well, as Chains of Corruption comes down. A lot of damage onto Guma. As the first dragon going to be picked up here by T1. Bit of a monopoly on the early objectives so far. They grab the grubs and they also get this first dragon.
When you are 2v2ing in the lane and you are trading autos and there's an Alistar there, you're never going to win that as far as early, but when you are outranging and just poking, you always win. Guma can't hit you. They're going to end up chunking some of that damage in. They're on item parity right now with the extra tier. Pays his inventory, and he is just stacking it up and actually preventing a back here.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far here for T1, despite the gold deficit they do have technically with the extra couple of grubs, and the dragon does feel like this game is in their control, as Faker just standing on the side here, looking to not get in the way of Zeka for the moment, as this Azir is pretty scary. Zeus underneath the turret, Doran getting very aggressive, does have dominance available, and if he gets another round of spells, Zeus is just dead. Needs to be very, very careful here, as Doran going to pick up another plate. And that's why we see the Renekton ban so many times. Delight going to have his back stopped as Pays doesn't have his Chains of Corruption up just yet.
I think if he did, especially knowing Delight has no flash, that is a dead recon. I also think Delight probably would have played that differently if he thought Pays had ultimate, but still going to be delayed, which is really frustrating, as teleport has to be used for Zeus to come back and catch that wave. Now he's going to rush over to join Guma on the top side. And T1 have generated a small gold lead.
Yeah.
But it's the threat of, just one more objective, get some objective feats of strength, and if they get a turret or 2 additional kills, they get that as well. Feels pretty good for them as Guma's once again way out here.
Yeah, and Carrier is behind him, so he can headbutt, pulverize, do whatever the heck he wants, and Guma is very, very dead. No answer there, and once again, had no way of using the flash to save himself.
Yeah, his former support is really doing a number on him in this first game.
And Carrier is once again looking for more. Oh, the pulverize doesn't quite work there as Kanavi just blows up the cow. Yeah, he didn't have ult because he used that in the top lane, so that was slightly more aggressive than he needed to be.
Yeah, I think maybe just not expecting Kanavi to be that nearby. Doran is still going to get some alone time with this turret, and because Guma is so late to respawn here, is actually going to lose some farm down on the bottom side of the map. But it's still huge that HLEvsT1 get that additional kill back. One more kill would be feats of warfare for either side. Doran, 750 gold up this plate.
Yeah, Doran is very, very scary, as they at least both have their eclipses done, as there's a teleport out from Doran, moving towards his top side now. Emperor's Divide is going to catch Faker as Kanavi gets over the cow, and the shockwave does not do nearly enough. That ulti still yet to come back up again, and look at that burst damage out of Kanavi here on this Kiana. Does so much work. Conquering Sands not enough to get over towards Ona here though, so it is just the 1 kill. But HLE will get themselves a little bit further ahead here in this game. Yeah. And the fact that it's Zeka on this Azir that has 100% kill contribution and is really doing work, that is the scary part.
Yeah, it's really scary because it's a ton of their late game damage. It's the most consistent part of damage that this composition has, so he needs to be relevant, and he absolutely is now after that kill.
Oh, Dominus coming on through here as there's the public execution out of Zeus. Gets himself the shields. And now, some information coming on in is now Faker gonna try and kill his former top laner, and Zeus gonna try his best, but it's not going to work. The clockwork has officially wound up, and Faker is able to take him out there. Nice answering kill here by T1.
That's actually really huge. They just outplay there on the top side. Doran blocks. I mean, it's not really even a block. He just is able to absorb the ultimate there before he gets to turret, and Faker TP's in for the death blow there. Kanavi's now zoned away from this turret as Guma had to back again, and this is actually just going to be first turret going over to T1, so this Dragon or this Herald gets some feats of strength.
Yeah.
And, I mean, just like that, I mean, we saw the kill onto Faker. Faker, as soon as he respawns, man, he's ready to make an impact somewhere else. It's wild how that top lane matchup is going so in favor of Doran. Like, the amount of times I feel we've commentated this duo against each other in the finals and say Doran gets the better of him in the finals is like too high. It's only game 1 here, but it's a 20 CS advantage. Doran set that one up.
Yeah, it's working very, very well. Of course, this is what it says on the tin, right? It says Renekton should be pretty good, especially in the mid game against Ambessa. And right now, Doran is absolutely demonstrating that. 20 CS in the lead, 1,000 gold there as well. Deadly Flourish avoided here by Carrier, who is taking a bit of damage from these Raptors. As now Doran goes in. Ruthless Predator indeed, is now the flash quickness to come on through as Ona has to flash to get himself out of the way. Kanavi not quite finding the ulti angle though, so it's not exactly the most supreme display of talent, but he is very talented. As we know.
His ultimate down for either of these objectives, and it looks like Herald is going to be the one that is the focus.
Oh, Hayes, Chains of Corruption going to connect there on to Gumayushi. There's the flash.
Good flash.
Had to use it to get out of the way of the W-empowered Q.
But it's so much health gone, and this should just be feats of strength and Herald here to T1. Kanavi doesn't have his ultimate because he used it to try to catch Owner there on the top side. Even if this turret goes down, the first turret has already gone to T1, and they're not in a position to actually take this Drake right away either. I think they should be able to get it, but there's even a chance T1 could defend that Dragon. Turret goes down here, and Faker's going to have to walk away. There's something in return, but T1 definitely liking the exchange here.
I would agree. Kanavi going to be able to grab a crab and maybe even get this Drake as well. Denying double dragon could be important, but Owner is still moving over, and you can see Doran now with some spare time in this top lane will be able to eradicate this turret as well.
So they
reclaim a gold lead.
Yeah, they trade turrets but get the gold lead back. And there's no dragon over to HLEvsT1, at least not yet. They weren't able to get it in trade for the Herald. That weird play to try to catch there on the top side with a Kiana kind of fell flat on its face. T1 get huge advantages because of it.
Yeah, Delight moving out of the way of this hail of arrows. As now, Gumayushi taking a little bit of damage there, but not too worried about what's happening. CS very even between the two. And I think one of the big things for HLE especially is this mid jungle, as there's a flash forward from Carrier. Delight now in a lot of trouble as Grand Exit going to be utilized. Battle Dance, first half not going to work. Second is going to be able to get him over towards Kanavi and look to make his way out.
Yeah, I think he had an unsealed cleanse there to help him get that little bit further away. As this turret is now up for grabs here, potentially on this next wave here. In fact, they're just going to drop the Herald on it. Yeah. And T1's gold lead is about to bloom.
So it's about 1,000 gold at this point in time. Pretty decent for 17 minutes in the game, but not exactly end of the world. As Gumayusi now just trying to hold on to the mid lane. And one of the biggest issues here is the fact that feats of strength go over. That's a little bit of added power. But then there's also the fact that the whole map is now really opened up for T1. They've got the entire outer ring of turrets down. And so the amount of information that they're going to have is so much higher than that of HLE.
It's so good when you have, you know, tons of lethality poke in your comp. Now, T1 will not get the second dragon. As you guys can see, Owner is crossing the mid lane. I was going to say this is huge if they do get it, because it's Ocean plus Chemtech, so the chances of a top-tier dragon, like the Hextech Soul we eventually got, is massive. So had Hanwha given this one over, they would be feeling really bad about it. Now, Hextech Soul is insane for T1. Pretty decent for any team, generally speaking, in League of Legends, but with double poke champs here, and the slow value into this Renekton, Alistar as well is going to love it. T1 get their hands on that, the game is theirs. It's pretty big that Hanwha Life can split the Drakes one apiece.
Yeah, you were talking about denying Double Dragon. I'd say that that is certainly a pretty good prize when you see that it is, in fact, the Hextech Soul. Probably some sighs of relief coming on through here, but it is going to be a while before we're talking about Assault.
Yeah, the deeper we get into this mid-game, starts to feel like Zeka really has to be the main character here. Is Kanavi.
Yeah, Supreme Display of Talent just used defensively here by Kanavi. He does get slowed down. Zeus is moving over, though, as now Delight and Carrier facing off against one another. The Grand Exit once again going to be employed, and that gets Delight out of the way. But this inner turret is now under a lot of threat.
I mean, if you basically kill the enemy jungler, he can't come and defend this, so Zeka needs to make an Emperor's Divide play here. This turret is going to die very soon. They need another wave to finish it off, but that is so much damage done here, really at no cost to T1.
And this is just so much pressure out of T1. They really are not relenting in this mid-game, making sure that HLE are getting pushed back at every turn. 1,500 gold now going to be the lead, as it's just gotten further and further. Kanavi coming back, does have his health, you know, revamped. And the Axiom Arc now has been completed as well as that Profane Hydra. So a couple of items have been done, but now you got an opportunity. Ghostblade on Owner. Not quite the Barefoot Jace. I really did enjoy the Barefoot Jace that we saw out of, I believe it was Kanavi. When he played it, took him about 4 items before he ever got some shoes. As he's doing the same thing, only got the brown bags on the Kiana. Took him a while to get shoes earlier on, as Faker not going to be too worried about the Deadly Flourish and will be able to take down this inner turret, ever furthering that gold advantage that they have.
Knew that they were on the top side of the map. They had a little bit of vision there, so he just prevents any sort of collapse onto Faker, and now he's a ball carrier.
Yeah, decent little attempted knockup from Delight, but isn't able to quite get out of the way of Carrier. Still, Battle Dance is very, very, very powerful.
And right now, we're just seeing Zeka pick up a huge farm lead because Faker's been joining his team to push the turret. So he's ahead in gold, 300 gold. The farm that we've seen and the extra kill that was picked up from Kanavi puts him at a lead as well. But T1 have map control, so fighting and utilizing that extra gold that Zeka has is pretty possible.
Oh, Delight goes aggressive, but doesn't really find a quickness value as Supreme Display of Talent comes down. It's Faker that gets stunned up momentarily, but it's not exactly a massive amount of value. Curtain Call comes in. The second couple of bullets to connect, but Owner's able to tank it up very comfortably.
Faker gives on the movement speed to get out. Yeah, whew, that was very close. Wouldn't have killed him, but put him very, very low. And this is what I'm talking about in terms of the map control. Like T1, it looks like maybe Delight's found an angle to flash and make something happen, but they're all grouped, they're all together. There just is no angle. And now T1 are feeling pretty confident they can actually start this Otacon up here.
And if this is going to be a 5-gamer, then maybe this is the 5th to last Otacon that we're ever going to see.
Yeah, no more feats of strength.
League of Legends.
No more Otacon after this series.
It's making me a little bit sad, you know. Maybe I already miss the Otacon. As there's a Deadly Flourish onto Carrier. He's able to trample his way out of there. He should be fine.
We'd have Baron up in the new patch next year by this point.
It doesn't feel as Rise Group, you know.
Yeah,
Otacon was so Rice Group.
The Baron doesn't shoot really cool orbs at you.
Yeah, and make the enemy team really capable of acing you.
Yeah.
Which is the problematic part. I guess Baron does kind of do that very early on, because he just does a lot of damage.
It would be really funny if this series was decided by an Otacon throw.
In every game. Yeah, it would be the best. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that it does actually come to pass. As this gold advantage for T1 has not really moved past the 1.5k, sitting at 1.4 at the moment, as Otacon was at least annoyed for a few moments there.
And Zeka is still hard farming. He is still getting really tough. Like, they even put him in the mid lane here to get those extra minions. He is on 2.5 items, has the arm guard for safety. All it takes is one team fight for Hanwha Life to get back in control of this game with the standing goal of those 2 turrets. Wow,
Ow.
big damage. With the standing goal of those 2 turrets, I mean, they'll be able to take a pretty massive lead themselves if they win said team fight. And T1 had a ton of vision control, a ton of deep vision and map control in the jungle of Hanwha Life Esports. They did lose control of that as well, so trying to feel like if this is going to be a commitment to the Otacon, it'll be a much fairer fight for Hanwha Life as they send Faker back to the mid lane to push that wave, and we'll group once again. Doran has TP, is going to back right now and buy, and can rejoin if they really want to hard send it.
Oh, Carrier looks for the angle there. It's changed to corruption as Kanavi just gets wiped out. There goes the jungler. That should be the Otacon if T1 wants it.
Zeka is just completely chunked here as well. Could look for the single pick on Doran.
Yeah, he does go down to 50%, but he's still got Dominus. So he's still very scary on this Renekton, and T1 have already started this up.
And they're just going to send Pays and Owner to take it while they control the zone. They have 2 control wards now on the lead up, and Zeus just knows, you know, our team cannot compete with that. We're going to at least get a Hextech Dragon in return. Unfortunately, it's just the 2nd Dragon of the game for them, but at least they get something back. But the lead here for T1 is going to get even bigger with all the experience and stats they pick up when this take does come through. Only 10 petals compared to the 13 here of Hanwha Life Esports, but we'll give them a nice amount of experience regardless. Yeah. 2 items now done for Faker. Only 300 gold behind Zeus, but his ability to put a ball down and say, you guys can't enter this area has been more impactful than any of the damage that Zeus has put out, or sorry, that Zeka has put out.
As Carrier looking for the angle there, as Zeus gonna get caught. And there's the public execution, looking to see whether he can make his way out of there, and he is gonna be able to get out. T1 just using all of their mobility and do not have the option for chasing after the Ambassador. So nicely played there by Zeus to keep himself alive. Only needed to employ the ult and holds on to his flash.
This game state here for Hanwha Life Esports so desperately needs this next dragon to be theirs. They need to win a fight over it. I think that is how they could get into this game, potentially, get back into it. 3 items, very cheap ones, but 3 items for both junglers.
Yeah.
Here, a ton of extra damage they both have to get onto the backline, get into the carries. Faker is a very strong champion, but isn't necessarily going to be a carry as much as Zeka is. Still a 2-threat, plus Kanavi's engage here for Hanwha. T1 a little bit more poke-oriented, but because they've constantly had control, it's really hard for Hanwha Life Esports to even approach them because they just get chunked out by these arrows, by the shock blasts. Kanavi going to try to wrap around here, but there's wards everywhere, even in the mid lane. Like, you can't catch this Alistair setup here with Pays, and they're just going to run a circle around Hanwha Life Esports and take another turret off the map. At least that looks like is going to be the commitment here.
Yeah, they're going to try to. Should be able to take this, and there it will go. One last minion going to be sticking around for long enough. Make sure that this one is going to go down. Flank angle there from Delight, but he is spotted. Zeus also going to be spotted and wiped out in an instant. Now the rest of HLE going to see whether they can find themselves a team fight. As into the backline goes Delight. They look for Faker. They wipe him out. Emperor's Divide is available here and there. It's a flash out from Zeka. As Ona now looks for Delight. He'll find him as he's on 1 health. And he's able to take down the Rakan and get his way out of there. HLE! How did you not kill the Jace?
It's so close to killing him. And there's just so much damage coming through from Pays. Carry is still in the area.
Yeah,
and
into the backline
goes for T1.
Now the rest
Baron
of the fight is into the backline goes to Light. They look for Faker. They wipe him out. Emperor's Divide is available here and there. It's a flash out from Zeka. As Ona now looks for Delight.
Up and to the
He'll
right
find
as far
him
as
as
the
he's
gold
on
grab
1
for T1
health.
is concerned.
And he's able to take down the
6,000
now, but with the Baron power play on top of it. My goodness, we could be staring down the barrel of a 10,000 gold advantage here for T1 as they are looking to get that Baron buff onto Faker. They'll give it to him. as he just respawned. And let's have a look at this one more time.
So Paze has Edge of Night, so he's not a great target here anyways, but the problem is that Zeus just goes in straight away, and despite Delight's attempt here to save this fight, I mean, it's a really good engage there. The follow-up from Kanavi on the Faker is super swift. Owner is just not able to be killed here. He doesn't actually get hit there by that final ability from Kanavi. Yeah, Delight can't, I mean, I don't know if Delight's autoed enough to kill, but he doesn't auto him there, and he just gets killed because he has so much lethality that he can just one-shot the Rakan practically.
And I think it was Kanavi missing that Q.
Yeah, the Q doesn't hit.
On his way out. And then he just dies to Paze on the other end. 3-0-3 here for this Varus as well. Paze having a really good game so far. Even if it doesn't feel necessarily like he's been the main character, he kind of is, actually. As this poke is really starting to land. Faker now moving over towards his bottom side will be able to break open the base and take down this first inhibitor. Doran in the mid lane as well, now seeing what he can do, but he's in no man's land. Gumayusi going to be able to get himself out of there. That is Delight finding yet another carry and putting him very low, but they kill him. But at what cost? That's the question, ladies and gentlemen. T1 are now barreling down. They're already open bottom lane, and they're going to look to put a dent in this series already and start this best of 5 with a 1-0. Coming through from the red side as well, up against HLE. An absolutely massive performance here as they just did not let go of this game whatsoever. They'll take down Gumayusi just to put some icing on the cake and then walk away 1-0.
And it's hard to even remember that there was a Jhin in this game outside of the bottom lane. The composition here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Let's hope Gumayusi remembers, though. I don't want any more remade drafts, Wolf.
You called it a finesse draft, and I think it absolutely was. What Hanwha Life needed to do was to gain control, to look for insanely strong follow-ups for the Ambessa ult, but the Ambessa was 1,500 gold behind. This is our Kespa Cup ambassador here.
Yep.
But he was 1,500 gold behind, wasn't able to get any map control. Kanavi's Kiana was ahead for a lot of the game by like 200, 300 gold, but could not actually end up doing anything. Was caught several times by Owner as well. And Karia's save at the bottom lane, I think, is what really opened this game up, right? He was able to catch Guma, then catch him again on the top side. The Jhin was kind of pushed out of the game. Doran crushed the top side. Faker, kind of quiet. Like, it's been a quiet tournament for Faker, but he was zoned. His orbs didn't actually kill anybody. They didn't really have big shockwaves to deny any sort of entry. He had that one where he tried to save himself but failed.
Because it wasn't really his job, though, right? Like, he just did what he needed to do. But I think this won the game.
Yeah, this was the at least really the first domino to fall, and then there was a second version of this that happened on the top side of the map as well, right here. And Keria also had some really good engages, but there were some moments, for example, where Owner just interacted with Kanavi, where Kanavi missed an ability or was checking a bush and then ended up losing his health bar that just opened up the map. It was a bit of a jungle gap, it was a bit of a top gap with the matchup that Doran was given with this Renekton. And then Faker, like, he didn't do that much damage because he put his orbs down in the right place, and Hanwha Life were like, well, I'm not going over there. Yeah, and that was his job. Like you said, it's all he needed to do this game. And T1 with a very dominant start.
And looking great with one of these drafts that has the Jace jungle, right? That has a few of these change-ups that we're looking at on this particular patch. We were saying that T1 were looking like they were a little bit outdated with some of their drafts that they were coming on in with, but that is not the case here today. And HLE, there was nothing they could do about this. As Gumayusi, yeah, the curtains have been called, but not for T1. In fact, they were feeling absolutely fine about how this one was going. Player of the game is going to go over to Keria, who started that fight towards the bottom side of the map. You and I both voted for him. And for me, it was purely that initial catch, the first blood for Paze, and that was the first domino. And as soon as that fell over, the rest were toast.
Yeah, the Jhin was doing a lot of work in the early laning phase, but once he stepped 1 foot over the line, his former support took him out. They lost all that momentum, and they had no momentum anywhere else.
They certainly didn't. What an incredible first game here for T1 as well. And remember, they're coming up from the lower bracket. Hanwha Life Esports haven't lost a best-of series so far this tournament, and we'll see whether this is going to be that first game. Be pretty sad for them, but we'll see whether they can actually fight back. It's a best-of-5, a whole bunch of opportunities to get a game win in this series. We'll see whether they can after the break.
Red team's turret has been destroyed. only pure thing in this world. The fire came from the mountain, burned our forest. My people cried for help. But Eva did not come.
This world goes much deeper than you imagine.
Protect your sister. Stay in the cover. What does that always say?
Sully stick together.
No, the other one.
Sully never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
How do you still live?
What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
Whoa.
You need me.
We must fight! I call upon the warrior mother.
definitely feels a potential issue, especially when you consider
as there is the rel. So they did half of what I was expecting, which is kind of protect that bottom lane. Just
draft for it because we're probably not going to see it at all except in this specific scenario, so it does feel quite strong in that regard.
I really want to see another animal champion picked up, so it could be Yunara's Menagerie, but it's not going to be.
What do you
It's
think?
going to be the Lulu.
You think Pike here? You think Thresh?
Oh yeah, I mean there are some options.
I feel like both of those work. Blitzcrank I think is a bridge too far because there's too many things you don't want to pull in.
Oh my
no!
God! Surely you're not going to do it. No, Kerry, you would never. No, it's Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank,
All right,
okay.
That's a fun one.
That's really, really greedy here, but it is, I mean, with what happened to Guma already, right? Like, he overstepped and got caught. If Keria does it to him again and ruins this lane and the Aphelios comes online, when Pays came into the LCK, Aphelios was kind of on his way out, was being replaced by other picks like the Zeri. We weren't seeing Aphelios as the supreme late-game carry, but he's played it a few times. He is very strong at it. They have a crazy front line here. Even the Ryze is pretty tanky in this draft, and they have pick potential. And Zeus is playing a champion that will win lane, but outside of lane, will not do very much. He will be helping to heal the carries, and otherwise we'll just kind of be watching. Or maybe he won't be there, because he'll be side laning and cheering in the comms.
Yeah, that could be what he's doing. There is like a pseudo, like enchanted type, like get behind, like build up the puppy type composition here. Primal Surge does give that extra attack speed and stuff like that on top of the Lulu helping out. Yushi is going to be the way that HLEvsT Esports look for this one, but man, there is a Blitzcrank. There's all sorts of crazy things that he has to deal with in this game. And this Aphelios pick, I mean, the stones on this man to choose this into Wukong and into all of these threats. He's not exactly the highest range unless you're playing around only Calibrum. Let's get onto the Rift and see what happens. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. T1 already leading the series 1-0 with a pretty impressive red side game in game number 1. From the draft to the gameplay and just the holistic view of like how to utilize Fearless effectively, I think they had a bit of a master stroke there in that first one. This game as well feels like the draft is pretty comfortable, but I do have some question marks for this Aphelios pick on the bottom side of the map, just because if he does die, then T1 may fall apart. He has a lot of the team DPS, unless Faker can really pop off.
Which means that if Guma went for the team fighting Ghost, which is going to be incredibly powerful and can be good for running them down in the lane if you end up missing a hook, for example, and Pays and Carrier are too far forward. I don't think that's how this is going to look. Zeus has Demolish. And so if he's given some additional time and sides with this lane that he will absolutely smash, like unless something goes wrong, it should not.
Oh, there's the first hook connecting onto Delight. As he does land the Glitter Lance, heal is going to be used for tempo here. And Gumayushi is already ghosting after Pays and Carrier. My goodness!
I'm actually surprised that they thought that a hook at level 1 would be a favorable trade into this matchup. That's what I'm saying, after level 1, you know, not at level 1. Because Calibrum doesn't shoot fast.
You do want to hit the hooks, you know? So the calibration was certainly there. Needing to use 2 summoner spells immediately and then losing the majority of your health bars is probably not the optimal scenario.
Okay, this matchup this year was dominated by, like, Zeus played this more than anybody. In this specific matchup, he was the best in Italy top. And sometimes he lost games because he couldn't team fight later, but he certainly did generate massive leads. Sometimes he even stalled games out. Side lane pressure would, like, get backdoor inhibitors. Guy's pretty good at this.
He certainly is. Zeka, now level 2, doing a lot of damage here to Faker. The Noxious Blast there, not going to hit. As the Q's coming through here as Faker takes him down to 200. Very even trade is now Kanavi looking for an angle here. Actually sidesteps the Wind Becomes Lightning very nicely, as we could see.
Yeah, both mid laners are like, I can kill him if you come over.
Yeah, and now Ona going to blast Cone Kanavi over. Almost actually gets hit by the turret as Delight has moved in.
The bottom side prio here is too strong for T1 to actually continue to fight this, because both the Lulu and now even the Yunar are up here, and they may even lose their blue buff because of it.
Oh, Delight being so annoying as Ona is going to look to try and punish him. Delight flashes as the hook barely misses.
He just stops moving there, predicts the hook, and avoids it.
That was sick.
That was so sick from Delight. He's dead 100% if that connects. I mean, and he knows all he has to do is dodge that, and he's out.
Yep. And if that was me, I guarantee walk back into it. Because, like, I hit a wall, I'm like Pong, man. I'm, like, already walking back the other way. But no, not Delight. He's like, no, I'm safe here. I found my little edge, and I'm going to stick to it. Very well played. And no first bloods or anything like that, but HLE being able to take control of the enemy jungle, going to be important.
I mean, look at all the vision they have around it. It's not going to matter right now, but can actually really give you a lot of safety when you're pushing the bottom lane so hard. And they have Prio there. They have Prio topside.
Oh, Guma not going to get hit this time.
Every time a hook misses as Guma, you're like, well, how much damage can I get done? Let's find out.
Yeah, well, he's going to walk towards them. We'll be able to see. As Doran looking for a little bit of an angle there as the pound's going to come through. Let's see whether the takedown's going to be enough. It looks like it's not. As Doran, he wants this. Flash is available for both of these top laners.
I mean, Sion gets so much out of the cookie as well. He popped that there. Look at how much health he gets back from it.
Oh my god, Isaiah's just dead. Never mind. Primal Surge comes in. And a hook is going to land once more. That is a fantastic polymorph, but it's not going to last forever as Delight is taken down. Pays gets first blood again. As there is the knock-up, Ona's rotating over. Gumayushi, he's never had this much attention from the T1 jungler in a very long time, and he's not too psyched about it as Ona is going to collect the second kill here for T1.
And it's again a play from Carrier, and Dongjun, I talked to him in the break, he just looked at me, he said, Carrier is not human, to me in English. And I feel like that is what we are witnessing once again here. He knows that Delight doesn't have flash. And the Gravitum
setup.
It's Pays actually really who sets this up. We kind of jumped in a little bit late. Gravitum is fantastic, and then Guma doesn't have the damage to actually all in onto Pays, even though Pays doesn't have his barrier.
Oh, okay, Poison's ticking down, and Faker is gonna get out. 10 health.
He had like, 10, 7 something health, I don't know.
Yeah, Zeka head in hands, as you saw, is a little bit frustrated that he was unable to get that solo kill. Flashes both traded here between the mid laners. And I'm sure Faker was like, not even close.
Wasn't.
All right, Zeus and Doran have been sitting on basically no health for the majority of this laning phase.
I mean, Doran is, it gets a little bit tougher obviously the longer this goes on, but he's doing such a great job. Neither of these laners have backed yet. Triple tonic here for Zeus will give him a little bit of an advantage, but it's really small, and it looks like we're finally just gonna see the teleports traded. But Doran really holding his own there, almost getting that solo back moments before. And this matchup is supposed to be insanely in Italy favor. That's why they picked it. Once those items start coming through, you should really be able to run away with it even further.
All right, okay, Gravitum once again is, oh, beautiful polymorph there onto Carrier, as though barely going to not have enough in it to grab Gumayushi.
Delight saves the day again.
Yeah, really good trade actually for HLE, but it's still looking in dire straits. 400 gold is the lead currently here for FaZe.
It's the Aphelios with a Cull in hand, Collector on the way. You know, it's very scary. He's going to be a threat a little bit faster than this Yunara, especially into this composition that does not really have a front line. Once he gets that first item, Carrier's hook.
Yeah, not going to get juked that way this time around, as Zeka could be in trouble. No flash, remember, so he is very dead. Feats of Warfare go over to T1, as Kanavi, he could only just watch as his mid laner went down.
Well, this is basically Doran saying, I can't win against this first back of the Nidalee. I don't want to interact with the Nidalee. You know what I can do, though, is sacrifice some potential plate gold here and make an impact on this flashless mid laner. This almost feels like Faker is a StarCraft player controlling his units, man. He's like, Doran, listen, if the Nidalee gets gold from this, it doesn't matter. It can't team fight. I can, though. So come down here and gank this flashless Cassiopeia. And Doran said, yes, okay, I'll follow my orders. He's 11 CS down, but it's definitely worth.
Yep. Shout out to the RSL that have their finals today as well. As all right, HLE now towards this bottom side of the map. Kanavi will find this control ward. T1 with full information. Red-white guns here on FaZe at the same time. As okay, let's see whether they can get back on the horse, because the gold lead is not massive by any means.
Owner's here, but he's needs to
they're
run over.
Gonna look for it. Another polymorph is fantastic here as FaZe just using that Severum as best he can, but the Cyclone's going to be enough. Gumayusi able to grab one of the kills back, as now the Realm Warp to bring Faker over, as Guma is able to create enough distance to get himself out of the way. A 2-for-1 feels pretty good for HLE.
Yeah, it's definitely a big win for HLE. They get the Realm Warp out of Faker, pull him out of lane, and ends up having to catch this wave here. Zeka will push it in. Mid laners both show up, but Zeka still has his ultimate.
Very nicely
and,
done.
you know, FaZe had his flash. He had red-white, but still just too much damage on the gank. The level 6 finally coming through for the Wukong, where he makes his first big impact of the game.
And you saw that, you know, prior to this, it was 3-0 as far as kills. T1 were able to actually find a lot of angles. The problem is, as great use of the decoy there from Kanavi to make sure he doesn't get hooked. The problem was is that no real gold advantage was actually being built up, because this Nidalee was just massive. Faker does have a 500 gold lead over Zeka with the kill that was picked up by Doran, but it's not a big enough lead for T1 that they were able to build. And so HLE still with a lot of control, especially playing around Zeus.
Yeah, the setup with Zeus is really cool, because they can just take these grubs out, and it's really tough for T1 to actually close the gap and go over and deny them, and they can't actually all in the mid lane. Carrier's trying for it.
Yeah, flash does come through from Gumayusi. Get him out of the way of Carrier.
But ultimately, that's definitely worth here for Guma.
100%.
And they get all 3 grubs for this Nidalee side lane push, which is really, really strong.
Oh, Zeka, Petrifying Gaze goes down. There's the Miasma as well. But Faker just walks it off. Oh no, Wind becomes Lightning as Kanavi taking a fair bit of damage here. As he wants the Grump, another great polymorph to come through as Delight's trying to take control of this situation. Zeus moving on in, there's the audacious charge. Wild Growth onto the Nidalee as he's trying to teamfight his way through, but Ona's able to walk his way out, and the Moonlight Vigil is too good from FaZe. They take down Gumayusi, and they also get Zeus to boot. Faker now fighting against Zeus underneath this turret as well, and he'll find the Q to do this extra damage. You can see he wants this, but it's not going to happen this time, and Faker is just going to stay patient.
Just going to clear this wave and maybe he'll crash an additional one. He's got his teleport at the ready. Though the fact that those flashes were traded felt like a big advantage for HLEvsT1 because they got the grubs, right? But now there's no flash here for the Yunara, who ends up joining this team fight, hoping that they can get enough damage done here. The knockup is phenomenal, though, over the wall, and FaZe's ultimate hits all 3. God. And that's another kill for this Aphelios here.
And if
huge
that's what an
turnaround.
Infernum ultimate looks like
right now,
I do not want to see what happens when he gets some crit built up and things like this, because right now, I mean, he doesn't even have a collector yet. It's normally 2 items that you really start fearing that ultimate, but that one did a whole lot of work as Gumayusi just sidesteps enough to avoid Carrier.
A pixel away from connecting.
I like it. Not afraid at all, even though maybe should be.
Well, grabbing him is back, so can't miss those. Need to be really careful about FaZe locking him down since he did not take cleanse.
Zeus going to jump on top of Faker here, saying hi to his ex-teammate. Faker not going to get hit by that spear. Of course, Faker knows Nidalee pretty well. He debuted on this champion.
He also knows that this is a better matchup than the Scion into the Nidalee and is going to play around that really well here.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Spear's not quite connecting, but it is going to be Canyon's Nidalee being wielded by Zeus here. Heading back to base perhaps, although does cancel that back. Let's see whether Faker's going to stick around. That is going to be a cheeky grass proc to come on through as Delight will spot Carrier making his way over. Kanavi getting on in here as well as the hook is going to connect onto the Monkey. Uses that to gap close though as there is the Wild Growth to come on through. Another Cyclone will be available and there is the knock-up, but the Monkey is still dead. And the rest of T1, they just collapse so quickly.
And there's no team fighting power in this setup for Hanwha Life. They were hoping that it was going to be a numbers advantage and a wild growth there onto Faker. I think Faker reads it incredibly well. He's still aggressively posturing here, so Delight must be in the area. He calls his teammates to come over as Zeka should be able to avoid this.
Yeah.
But Carrier's here.
It's a fair bit of damage, and now Carrier, he's going to come over, and Zeka realizes there is not a whole lot he can do in this instance. He's just going to be held in place and taken down. Aurora the Slayer going to be the last hit on the Snake. 8-2 as T1 are screaming towards match point here in this best of 5.
With a insanely late game scaling Rise and Aphelios sitting on the forefront of this game. 800 gold, the lead for Faker. His lead is even bigger than Pays, who picks up 2 kills, right? Has his Collector online, is doing massive damage. They're going to get a double dragon here. And man, it is just starting to feel like maybe Hanwha Life Esports are out of their depth. This is a different T1 matchup than what they faced very beginning of top 4 in the best of 3.
No, exactly right. And it was very recently that HLE were able to get that 2-1 victory. But Ona going to be able to secure that double dragon like you were talking about. It's Infernal Soul this game. Goodness me, if Pays manages to pick up an Infernal Soul on this Aphelios, yeah, he won't need crit to do bajillions of damage. Oh, just barely going to miss out there. As they do clear out that ward. Good sidestep from Delight. As Gumayushi, I feel like he needs to be careful no matter where he is on this rift. As Carrier trying to poke his head in. Looks for the hook, does not quite get it.
Carrier kind of mind gaming, it seems, with some of these hooks. Feels like he's intentionally trying to predict movements and sometimes looks silly because of it, but I think he's being predictive and his opponents are outplaying it. So he's missed a few of these, but when he's set up to hit them, he doesn't.
Oh, in goes the Monkey. There's the ulti immediately there from Ono, but already a Moonlight Vigil does come down from Pays. He's getting so much work done as down goes the Yunara. The first one dead in the fight, and so much of the damage is now removed. Look at Pays. He's at full health, and Faker is just rocketing around the rift to try and take down the straggling members of HLE, because they knew already that this is just over. The fight just could not go on without this Yunara present.
And the Yunara dies first in the fight. The last fight we had on the top side, she just wasn't there. That's why, of course, they win that one, right? Because it's a Nidalee involved versus Pays rotates over. They had a numbers advantage there. This time, it's Kanavi trying to set this up, and once again, Pays hits a massive ultimate. Faker's also here to chase Zeka, but he went way too deep, Guma did, trying to follow up, trying to get that damage when the Cyclone was there, and then they're just completely cut off from each other. Kanavi one direction, Zeka one, and Delight a different one entirely, and it is a full wipe here. T1 have got this game in the bag, it feels. 5,000 gold lead here before we hit 15.
Absolutely insane. This performance here from T1 as Carrier, he's not done yet. Gumayushi not going to get hit by that hook, so they're able to offer a bit of damage back, but I think that was just a Hex Flash that Carrier used, and his ultimate, I guess, but that'll be back up pretty soon as Realm Warp to deliver Ona and Faker towards this river.
I mean, it's Rift Herald available here. Doran is also winning sides against Nidalee.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that this Nidalee is picked so that Doran is irrelevant. Doran's plenty relevant in this game.
Well, if this game's a 4v4, it looks pretty good for T1 as well.
Yeah. As, all right, they're going to be taking down this Rift Herald. That should be feats of strength going on over to T1. As, all right, Zeus for an angle here.
Doran has ult.
Thankfully, in kitty form, you do not have to use very much mana. Redemption comes down, and that needs the flash out of Zeus to keep himself alive. Carrier going to be winning that 1v1.
Yeah, that was a very, very risky call from Zeus, but you can feel the desperation here for Hanwha. I mean, they're trying to get anything. If he kills him, maybe they get a bounty turret there on the bottom side.
Potentially. As Pays now sieging up this turret. This is gone. They may not even need the Rift Herald, as Pays going to be dealing with this. Carrier going to be able to crash this Rift Herald into the inner turret instead. Gets the cheeky knock-up as well as the hook comes on down. But that was the decoy.
And we do see a push from Zeka, who's kind of 0-3 in this game, but relegated to similar to what he was last game, and just farm duty.
Oh, nice sidestep there from Guma, avoids the Moonlight Vigil.
And maybe, you know, if he could just win out against Doran a little bit longer there on the top side, Zeka could take out a turret, get a bounty set up for his team. Because this lead is so massive, bounties are up so early. I mean, Hanwha Life do have, if they can win a miraculous team fight, so many ways back into this game. I just don't see the wins. I don't see the angles, and even Zeka is like, Doran's up a level on me, and I'm just not that interested.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to win against this Scion. And having a look, like just down at the scores that we're seeing on this screen, 5-0 and 2 for Ona. This guy, I mean, we've praised his Xin Zhao all year long, longer than that, to be perfectly honest. And he's just continuing to show us why he is so incredibly feared on this champion.
And there were so many other picks they could have gone for. Like, they could have picked the Wukong. Like
yeah, we were talking about it, like, kind of jokingly, right? Like, oh, they picked Yunara. Why didn't you pick the Vi or the Wukong? And Ona says, well, I picked Xin, and that makes me win the game.
And he still has those picks for the rest of the best of 5.
Or at least the Vi, because Fearless says no more Wukong.
That's true.
It's all right. That is the bounty gold that you were talking about. Does actually come on through here. Is the hook going to connect there onto Delight? He gets knocked up there as well, but the main problem is Kanavi just getting torn asunder. And now Delight is running the wrong direction. Pei's going to be able to lock him down.
Also, Faker gets a kill here, maybe?
Oh my goodness, Zeus is in a lot of trouble. Another Rune Prison is going to be required as a couple more Qs will need to come in as Faker gets in position with the Realm Warp. Zeus is pretty quick and might be able to just hop his way out of it. Now over the wall goes Gumayushi looking for Faker here as the Arc of Ruin is going to connect to slow him down. Will he have the dash up and available as now Faker is still really scary, remember?
Uma's ult's running out.
Yeah, there's another one as the Q not going to land and Faker will be taken out here.
Pei's.
All right, can he actually be the one that is able to defend? Moonlight Vigil goes entirely wide. Pei's is still able to kill both of them though.
Doesn't matter! I don't need my ultimate! Faker buys an insane amount of time, and they were never gonna get out, and now this turret is not long for this world.
That Severin Q was revolting!
Oh, Keria looks for the grab there to try to save Pei's from a potential Flash Cyclone engage. All the while, Owner is like, guys, I'm doing Dragon, can you guys just chill out for a second down there on the bottom side so he can get Soul Point for the Infernal Soul? We're 6.5k up, so don't toss it away. Pei's picks up a double. He is so incredibly ahead in this game. Who says this champ's late game? As over here, you know, we did see the bounty picked up, but it was at a hefty cost because the rest of the team is rotating over. This feels like it was years ago for everything that happened since. But like, if you look at the minimap, Faker was defending as Zeus is making that all-in attempt to happen bottom side, which is why that setup in the bottom even happened in the first place. The lights cut off here. He's taken out. It's another kill for Pei's. How many kills do he have now? 6.
Yeah, 6, 1, and 6.
He almost has IE.
Yeah, Gumayushi's dead. As Doran is just going to be able to chop him down. That's a solo bolo here for the Scion that was counterpicked in this game. Zeka going to move on in. Cannot actually enter that Q range. Faker going to be able to take down this inner turret. And Delight is going to move on over with Kanavi to try and make this one happen, but Owner is in position. Kanavi is going to find himself an ultimate, but I don't think he's going to survive. It does take a long time for him to go down, as he will finally be taken out there by Keria, and now it's Zeka that's in trouble. He's going to explode. Pei's is just doing the Otacon alone. Zeus is going to turn up, look to try and take him down, as now Pei's, can you get out of the way of this Otacon that's just trying to kill you? As now Zeus, can he kill Keria and Pei's at the same time? That's the question, as the spear is going to connect. Owner's going to move up though. That's a takedown. That is going to get rid of the Blitzcrank, because he finds the kill on a Pei's as well. Primal Surge comes in. He does manage to get the emote off before Owner takes him down, but that's definitely worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth here. It's going to put a small dent into T1, but they need a lot more than just that. Pei's held his ultimate there as well. He didn't have the best guns to actually continue that play and was punished ultimately. See if they can get Owner as well. I mean, there's
a possible angle here.
There's a teleport for Faker, so I don't know if they should chase too deep. Maybe this is the Hail Mary Otacon they have to go for, as Kanavi is the target now.
Yeah, he will have Warrior Trickster, I imagine, unless it's on cooldown still, as Doran looking for a bit of an angle. There is Kanavi trying to get himself out of there. He gets shielded up, but it's not going to quite be enough as the Polymorph comes in. Yunara's dead yet again. The Petrifying Gaze is onto 3, but the rest of them are already gone. As Zeka will now be taken out, the Audacious Charge comes in, and T1 right back in the driver's seat once again. As Delight, that was not the corner that he wanted to go around. As the Q is not going to connect, the Wild Growth is going to potentially keep him alive as he now has the Glitter Lance in order to slow down the Scion. So Otacon going to go over to T1, and Wolf, there's something that I've wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
How did JDG not make it to Worlds?
Yeah, no, we have like
Pace
serious
is like,
questions.
he's really good, Wolf.
I've been thinking about this for a little while, and I was like, man, you know, Pace, people said, okay, the guy is really good in LPL still, but we're not sure, you know, exactly what his power level is, JDG to make it. You know, we're not sure if it's going to be an upgrade over Guma, who's finals MVP. But in this tournament, I feel like no one has come close. Like, Smash was coming close until yesterday, but this is just something completely different, even though the Pace we saw on Gen G.
Yeah.
And T1 going to be able to help get Faker out of here, you have to imagine, with Owner coming up here. And the bottom side of the map is just going to pull an inner off the map regardless. And Faker, I think, is totally fine. He has Phase Rush, he has a root, and they just cannot push this anymore. It's a hull breaker Nidalee, so I mean, was he even really worried? I don't think so.
No. Yeah, you're not going to be worried unless you're a boat, because none of these champions have a hull. Doran is going to try and demolish this turret. He almost does. Gumayusi's trying to do damage to the Scion, and it's not really happening, is it?
It's certainly not.
He picks up a couple of cinders and runs away.
This game is done.
I think so too. I think we may, you know, like, I don't know, 4 times the kills. Here over to T1, they have Infernal Soul Point. That Dragon's going to be up in a minute's time, 6, 2, and 7 on this Aphelios. And we were talking about, oh, but the Moonlight Vigils didn't have crit. He's got Infinity Edge now. It is, yeah, it's going to be a very different story if another one of those ultimates comes down.
Been so many series that have gone to 5, right? We've seen so many reverse sweeps, near reverse sweeps. It's Guma.
Gumayusi might be dead. Does get that Arc of Ruin over Owner there.
It was T1 that completed the reverse sweep yesterday. So, ooh, that was a bit of a whiff. And I mean, Guma still has his ult running. They want to turn this into something. I just don't think they get it, you know? And now T1 are just way too much space bought as here comes the flank.
Owner's making his way in, and there is Doran getting himself to the front of the fight. Kanavi tries to do something, but he is just food for Pace. Red, white, don't fight as he picks up a double already. And T1, on the back of their 80 carry here, are just going to launch themselves into the base of HLEvsT Esports and bring themselves to match point. This is just not even looking close. Just look at him gliding towards the enemy team. He'll find a triple. Or at least I'm going to call it a triple. It feels like it because he did get that double from earlier. And HLE, yeah, I'd probably just keep yourself alive. Protect that KDA for the next game because this game is well and truly over. The Chakrams flying back to this Aphelios. And yeah, Nexus is now on the floor and back to the drawing board for HLE. We need 5 games, and I just don't even know where they're going to come from now.
T1 have had some of the best reads in draft throughout this tournament, and I think at the start of this best of 5, they have carefully crafted their first 2, and now it feels like HLEvsT Esports are out of so many options, right? Like, Guma lost some of his big champions here. Kanavi's combo that he's utilized so much with the Lulu Wukong is also now off the cards. I like the Zeus idea here, but even he wasn't able to get the advantage over Doran that he was looking for in this game. And T1, it feels like they have so much more in the tank. Like, this is another unique pick for Pace. He hasn't even played this tournament. He hasn't played this in so long. They pull out Aphelios, Blitzcrank into the Lulu, and they outplay the bottom lane again.
How many unique champions has he played now? It's kind of ridiculous.
I think it's like 8 or 9. I will check before we come back and let you guys know.
Yeah, there's only a couple that he's doubled up on. I think it's like Ezreal and maybe a Lucian game or something like that he's played a couple of.
11th champion.
Right, 11 unique champions. What are the ones that he's got doubles on?
Ezreal, Yunara, Kalista, sorry.
Right, okay. Well, now we're going to have a look at some of these highlights here as this was the Gravitum combo. Man, just beautifully done. Absolutely nothing Delight could do about it. And that was after Delight had that beautiful dodge from earlier on. The problem is that it then goes into Gumayusi getting caught, so it's 2 kills on the bottom lane. And then Doran avoiding his lane matchup entirely to get Faker super far ahead.
And it's 2 games in a row where it feels like this entire tournament, T1's game plan is draft for bottom lane, draft for 2v2 win, owner dive, pays get ahead, we win game. And then 2 games in a row, they're in the inferior 2v2 matchup where they have to make the proactive plays, Carriers, flash, headbutt, the hook there after grab them set up. And they make it happen. They did it twice in a row where they just take the momentum away so early. And then we kept seeing big commitments to topside fights here for Hanwha Life when they had an Italy in the top lane. In this game, or in this fight, they were just so far behind, they were not set up that it was just not playable. Faker also having a very strong Rise game here in this situation, buying enough time for Pays.
This is where he gets player of the game from, by the way. Throws the ult to Narnia, and look at that, what is it, overdrive?
Yeah.
The Severum Q? My goodness, just obscene damage. And healing.
And like, Doran is winning topside 2 games in a row, and Zeka is just trying to play the game, and he's just not able to.
Nope. As, yeah, Pays just glides on top of them.
Boom.
Finds the last hit with the Moonlight Vigil. Doesn't even get full money from that kill. Is Carrier gonna get it again? Spoiler, both of us voted for Pays.
I mean,
Protect your sister. Yes, sir. Stay under cover. What does that always say?
Sully stick together.
No, the other one.
Sully never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Casper Cup 2025. It could all be over after this next game. T1 with match point, and they are not looking like they're slowing down anytime soon. Wolf?
It certainly does not look that way. If you're just tuning in, be glad you got here now, because there might not be a whole lot of this Kespa Cup 2025 finals left if things continue as they are. The bottom gap feeling massive in this series, and every other part of the map also ending up being pretty T1 favored. Doran handling and neutralizing the Nidalee top counter pick incredibly well. Faker having a bigger performance in game 2 than he did in 1, damage-wise, outplaying both the Cassiopeia, but then also even the Nidalee at times here. And the jungle aggression isn't working out when T1 have this lead in the bottom lane. It feels like HLEvsT1 might be out of steam already.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Thankfully, you know, if this is the last game, you are on Disney Plus, so like you could check out Alien Earth, or like maybe, like if you haven't watched The Mandalorian, you should probably watch Andor as well. If you're that way inclined, there's still plenty of great content. However, this one might be done a lot quicker than we would otherwise expect, unless HLEvsT1 can pull something out and bring us to at least a game 4, and we're hoping that that can happen. And it's going to be after they ban Bard and Nico and
Again.
Poppy. Yeah.
And T1 can continue to ban the Rumble and the Aatrox, and this makes a ton of sense.
We assume the Taliyah is still going to be banned.
I do wonder, like, what could happen. We know Delight's a good Nico player. Obviously, Keria more famed for it. Is he gets 3 bans again.
Yeah.
What could happen if they just tried to play the Nico lane and empower Gumayusi? They're just so allergic to it in this best of 5 so far, and that just means Keria's laughing all the way to the bank. He's like, cool, 3 bans against me again. I picked up double POG, by the way, on Alistair and Blitzcrank.
Yeah, and he's got plenty of other picks as well, right? Like there's Rel, there's all sorts of things that he could be playing. His Nautilus still up and available as well. So let's see whether this is going to once again be a Taliyah ban or whether it will be something else. I imagine if Taliyah is not banned, then they will pick it up, and the Yone will be the decision instead. So
I also just want to say something, as Taliyah is going to be first picked here. It looks like.
Please say something, Wolf.
By the end of this year, you know, I was one of the biggest critics of Fearless at the beginning of the year. I thought, game quality is going to go down. I am loving how it changes best of 5s now. I've seen it for the entirety of the year, and how it impacts this series in particular. It definitely gives a huge edge to T1. But man, Fearless, I'm sold. I've changed my mind, Atlas. I know I was like the last one to like Fearless, but you know what?
I mean, you've always been a little bit change-averse.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you're finally used to it, as we do get some double global impact coming through here from T1, as the Pantheon is being considered alongside the Ashe.
This will be the second game of Ashe here for Pays. I mentioned to you that...
Wait, his second game? Wow, his champion pool really isn't that big, is it, Wolf? Crazy.
I was just trying to clarify, this is not a new unique pick for him. He has played it already. But I was talking to you about how Guma might have to end up playing like a Caitlyn or a Draven in this series if it goes deep, like going back to his roots. We are going to see the Vi come through with the Taliyah. That was not opted in by owner last game around into the Yunara. Taliyah Vi, a very powerful combo. I think a lot more relevant than the Aries we've been seeing sprinkled throughout this tournament.
Yep.
Feels very strong global-wise, and you need something like that into the Ashe and the Pantheon, but the Vi really gives it some extra oomph.
Yep. Ezreal, now a consideration for Gumayusi, not necessarily one of his favorites, as the Misfortune would definitely be one that he's had a lot more success on, especially recently. A Ziggs consideration as well would be interesting.
I like the Ziggs of those 3 champions they scrolled through. Because you're not going to get the MF now, by the way. If you do lock the Rel here, they will not allow you to play it.
Is it going to be an Ahri here for Faker? It could be. Ahri Pantheon is actually a lot of early skirmishing power if they would like to go that direction, but he could also pick his LeBlanc that we have seen from Showmaker into the Taliyah so far this tournament.
I think as Faker, you can even go Galio in this draft. You have so many options.
Yeah, true.
I feel like he doesn't need to lock here.
That would be
instead.
that'd be too many globals, I think.
Oh, they're gonna get the Renata.
Oh god, Ash Renata.
Because the Rel was face up now. You're not gonna. You're gonna be playing into this range support. Ash Renata is incredibly powerful setup in the bottom side where you have all in angles and also you just have the range advantage over this Rel. But they can also ban away the MF to make it even more powerful.
And you also ban Sivir, right? Because
yes,
Sivir is
100%.
so good into all of these spells that are going to be coming out. The Zig's also another option there, as you can just outrange.
You know what? I mean,
what they're trying to do.
They might even just give them the MF and say this composition is really tough to pilot with MF because there is a decent setup with the Talia Vi, but outside of that, the kiting power of this Ashe is so strong, and the MF is so immobile. Even a handshake can stop that ultimate.
Yeah. All right, K'Sante going to be taken away from Doran, so he's not going to be on that as far as a tank towards that top lane. One final ban. I'm expecting Sivir to be removed. But maybe the Ashe is just okay with outranging it throughout this lane, and instead the MF is going to be going away.
If they had not locked the Renata, they could even pivot the Pantheon bottom lane and go for a Jarvan if the Sivir came through, but they did not opt for that, and now have this Renata locked in as the Akali is going to be taken away. A little bit of a surprise to me, as we know Faker has had some incredible Akali games, but I don't necessarily think he'd be playing it into the Vi. That's a little bit tougher.
Well, let's see what Paze is going to be locking away now. Expecting that it's going to be Faker's pickup, but they could decide to take a safe top lane and then leave Faker for counter pick, as his champion pool is gigantic, but instead will just be the Ahri coming on through.
About, and when you have the Ashe Arrow setup, and handshake, and also the defensive Renata ultimate, there's so much agency for the Ahri in this draft. Like, even though it's hard to play Ahri into Vi because Vi can just lock her down, you do have other ways to set up those charms, and Charm also sets up other forms of CC here too. The Corki we kind of glossed over, you and I. We haven't really mentioned it too much in this draft. We talked about it in Game 2. Yeah. It's going to be locked in here. There's some serious power in Corki lanes, but with the Rel into the Renata, I don't think it's going to be the power he was hoping for.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more muted when you are outranged by the Ashe. And the Ashe Renata can be so oppressive in the lane as well. But we'll see. Certainly is still going to have some strengths, as now Zeus on this Rex side. This was a champion that he almost solo won the game on against DK in their previous series. And so we'll see whether he can do that yet again. I think this draft is looking pretty clean from HLE so far, but we'll see how Doran is going to round this one out as Ornn.
The two picks that come to my mind here for Doran, if he wants to play the tank, you play Ornn. Otherwise, you could potentially play Jax and just try to hard side lane win and play through the Pantheon that way with the Ashe Arrow also in tow. This is something completely different and a pretty different look for Doran, who has been one of our top laners that shied a little bit more away from the Aurora compared to players like Keen, Zeus, that we've talked so much about, Kingen, Xiu, and Doran's going to be picking this one up here. This is really interesting. I do have to say, though, I like this draft for HLEvsT Esports the most out of the three that they put together. I feel like they have really strong combos here. Zeus is a monster on this Rek'Sai, but one of his best picks. He is super safe into this Ahri and is very tanky. And then Gumayusi can follow up on the dive with his Corki really well with Valkyrie, but is also inherently pretty safe into the engage tools here for T1. Outside of the Pantheon, who can just point-click kill him no matter what if he is caught in range there, even if he has his Valkyrie up. I'm just worried about how these lanes are going to go, you know? Like the Rel into the Renata and now the Rek'Sai into the Aurora is a lot of early control for T1, and T1's early control has led to snowball-y game states where they just run HLE over.
And we've been singing the praises of Kanavi throughout this tournament, but this series has not been his best. And I think that this game is going to rely on this Vi getting all of the work done. And so let's just see whether he can lock in and get it done so that he can bring us to a game number 4, or whether T1 are just going to go for a clean sweep here in the Casper Cup. All right, feels like there are a few more T1 fans here than HLE fans, but at least the fan chants are still loud for the team that isn't T1. Kanavi will find owner.
I think it might be time to just briefly talk about the small little curse, Atlas.
What's that?
Every single Casper Cup finalist who lost, so every second place team for Casper Cup, has never gone to Worlds. Every single team since the beginning of Kespa Cup who gets second place has not gone to Worlds, including D+,
Yeah.
who lost last year, their very first time not going to Worlds this year. Now, I know if I say this, everyone's saying, like, it's T1 HLE, they're the power rosters. That curse will be broken.
I did say that to you only a few moments ago.
Yeah, you did say that to me when I mentioned this curse to you off broadcast. But I'm just saying, you know,
I mean,
might be in the back of somebody's mind.
I thought it was
Maybe just me.
crazy when they mentioned the defense against the Dark Arts teaching position first as well. And I was like, surely Lupin's going to be back next year because he's the best character.
Did anyone believe that KT was going to go to the World Finals? I mean, actually really believe? Of course not. That's why they went there.
Yeah, that's how, in fact, anyone had to believe they wouldn't have gone there. But that's more of a KT thing. It's all right.
Chronicler was wrong all along. We already knew it. Now, level 1 Ashe, pretty good. We are going to see a lane swap here to bring it back to this game itself. I think this makes sense. Corki will be able to lane into the Aurora better than the Rek'Sai will, and just laning into Ashe Renata is terrible. So this is the right call here for HLEvsT1 at level 1. Does, you know, mean that the Rek'Sai is going to be getting a little bit less power.
Yep.
A little bit less farm. Whereas the Aurora can actually kind of hold its own into the Corki.
Yeah,
how
this
the
is the thing.
matchup is
Like,
played.
a lot of the times you've got this lane swap where the AD carry just free farms against a melee champion. That is not what's going to be happening here. In fact, we've seen Corki versus Mages a lot. As of course, you know, one of the most boring matchups that we had was Corki versus Azir throughout an entire couple of years. So this is not going to be anything new as far as that matchup. But Kanavi is making his way towards the top side, and that might change things just a little.
Yeah, Guma kind of baiting this. He gets the electrocute here.
Taking a fair bit of damage, as we can see. As Doran offering a lot of damage back. We're going to have to like pan away. Jonas Strong is going to give a little bit of respite to the Guma fans.
Yeah, and this is just Owner taking this jungle away. There's no reason to look for a dive here. It would not go well. Zayas is way too healthy. But he is just going to be able to use this Proud to take those Krugs. Yeah. And we did not see Guma actually get that gank topside. And Doran is just going to hold the wave close to the turret here. And it almost gets the solo. So this lane swap, it certainly got the Corki out of a tough, unplayable matchup here, but he's not getting a big lead like he would have, like you said, into a melee. So still, T1 generating a significant gold lead early.
Yeah, about 400 gold. That's like first blood money that they've already been able to pick up. Although that will fluctuate as waves ping-pong back and forth.
Rek'Sai just is not killing the minions.
No, it is not looking very good as far as the minion killing is concerned. Currently down 13, make that 14. I'm not going to keep counting, but that is going to be a back finally coming through. Teleport to bring Zayas back towards the top side, as Kanavi will be able to grab this crab on the top side of the map. And now, Zayas does have flash, and Doran does not. So that might be something that they can attack, especially utilizing Kanavi as he gets a couple of levels together.
Yeah, he is actually trying to get some information in the top side jungle right now. It does put this ward up onto the Raptors. I think the edge of that Scryer was seen, the Scryer's bloom, so they ping it. They know he's there, they know the vision is there. Great reaction from T1. Faker should have been able to see the edge of that Scryer there.
Yep.
So they're very aware that there's a ward in that position, and Owner's going to head straight over to the Raptors regardless. So they're very aware that he will be seen. And you can see that even though Doran is flashless, without jungle attention, he's just going to keep pushing the top lane into a Rek'Sai that's behind.
Yeah, and so you were talking about it already, this sort of lane mismatch issue that HLE did have, and it is certainly proving difficult here for them to deal with. They are not too far behind. 600 gold is, you know, it's a decent margin, but if they don't die, if they manage to just sort of hold on until they get to a mid-game where they can actually utilize this composition, then maybe there's something they can do, as there is a great handshake from Carrier to protect Pays. Kanavi's down here, but it looks like he's not going to be able to actually do anything about this. Zayas taking so much damage.
There's kill pressure here now. Owner's got his stacks up. Like, this may be Zayas now flashless in a major amount of trouble as this wave crashes through.
Oh, God. Okay, let's see whether Zayas can outplay this one. It's going to be so difficult. He flashes. Good buffer is going to come through, but there is first blood. Over to Doran, as he's also able to crush some of these tunnels. Zekka's going to move in, so these minions are at least going to be picked up, but man, that's a consolation prize.
When you watch that play in the bottom side, how ready Carrier is with the handshake, how quickly he reacts. It's like T1 saw this coming 2 miles away. Owner's already heading topside. Doran knows that Kanavi is coming bottom side, is putting that pressure on, harassing incessantly to get the kill pressure there because he needs to put that damage in for that dive to work, and he does. Zeus even plays it perfectly, right? He buffers, does not matter. There's just too much damage there. Doran's full health, and now Dragon is the next target here for T1.
This is looking a little dire, as 800 gold is the margin at 6 minutes into this game. Zeus not feeling like he has much of a home at the moment. He is going to head down towards the bottom lane, see whether he can grab that wave as it is crashed into the turret. But this first Drake should be claimed by T1. Lonely Cloud.
And while they keep swapping this, like, Guma is also losing a little bit of power, right? Like, he's losing a few stray minions there, Cannon. And Guma comes up here topside. Now he's got his Rel with him to try to pressure Doran, but there's going to be a TP from the support, because he's just going to come up here and say, now it's a 2v2?
Yep. So Kerry is going to turn up. And like you say, just going to be a 2v2 with Doran having a whole bunch of extra money.
Kanavi says it's not completed. A 2v2.
Let's see whether this Vi will actually make a difference, though. As Carrier might actually be in Vault Breaker range, and he is, so he will take a lot of damage and should be going down. The flash from Kanavi immediately, as Guma really wants this kill. We'll see whether he can actually get it. It's Kanavi that's able to lock down Carrier here as the bailout not going to work. Arrow will connect, though, onto this Vi, as Gumayushi is doing his very best to try and defend. They all pile in on top of Owner, as now Doran dancing around the battlefield. Pays will turn up, cease and desist. Does mean that the junglers both go down. And now Pays is doing battle. Faker is moving over. T1, I think, are just going to clean it up. And it's a double kill for the GOAT.
And that might just be the cup. I mean, it's only a 1,500 gold lead here at 7.5, but so much was committed there, at least for Zeus. He's able to get some alone time in the bottom lane finally. He's able to farm minions. He's going to pick up a plate here, I think, as well, off of the push. But this is just vintage T1. Normally we see these types of collapses with global mid laners on Faker, right? We normally see the types of collapses in the mid game, sometimes even in the late game. But T1 pay a risky fight here because they're like, all right, we do have everyone able to come in. Pantheon's heading over. Carrier buys time with bailout here. The arrow comes out, hits Kanavi, and Owner's able to come through. And now HLE are priced into this really awkward fight. Do they commit? They don't really have much of a choice of Faker rotating in. They do decide all in, look for the backline there. Owner does go down here, but it's an Ashe, and you can never get away from Ashe with her slows coming through. Faker gets the advantage over Zeka, can ult over the wall, and they clean up the fight. The only win here for HLE is for that Rek'Sai, but guess what? Zeus is still 20 CS and 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, this is the problem. It's not much of a consolation, as HLE now looking to try and get these last couple of grubs. Owner is still here, though, as now Zeka making his way in with that weave as well. Hostile takeover has to be flashed out of the way of, as Delight will find Zeka. Decent seismic shove there onto Carrier, as the arrow has to be flashed here by Gumayushi. And HLE have to back away from this pit.
He's crazy.
All right, that's just an ulti to start this one off for Zeus. Let's see whether he can actually take down Doran. Gets a nice knock up.
Doran has flash. Looks like he didn't have to use it.
Walk away.
Didn't have his ult. I think that was really calculated from Zeus. And even though he didn't build there, he was going to push Doran out of the way before his teleport. And his teleport just came back. So maybe an impact the top side of the map here. So let's get that TP on the bridge.
They're going to still look. Delight does know exactly what's going on, and Kanavi is in the vicinity.
Okay, teleport flank I was talking about from Zeus. Very deep.
Let's see whether they can actually get in here, as now Carrier and Nona possibly in trouble. Cease and desist onto the Pantheon to try and take him out as he flashes immediately. Zeus going to find that knock up, though, and there goes the Pantheon. No bailout for you. And that is the third kill here for HLE.
So Zeus' heroics in that bottom 1v1 do pay off. He's able to get the teleport advantage. He knows Aurora cannot stop his teleport. Doran calls it instantly. That's why you can see the second the TP goes down, they're all backing away. They know that he's coming up there. They know he has TP advantage. Doran will still get some plate gold here on the bottom side, but at least HLEvsT1 put a, basically a third of the gold dent away from T1's advantage, and this Rek'Sai helps out, gets a little bit more money fed into the carries here for Hanwha Life. Still a pretty dire game state, but they're not just going to roll over and die in this one.
Yeah, it's not the end. Which is what it was starting to look like, as Doran is still going to be a massive problem, as we can see here. Wants to grab this second plate, but isn't quite going to be able to do so, as as Gumayushi is going to turn up. Carrier now spotted on a ward, or a couple of wards, as he makes his way down. Kanavi also going to be seen here as he starts off his Raptor camp.
Owner has ult, so they know they can't mess with this, although Delight, he's thinking about it. Pays also has his arrow. They really need to be careful.
Yeah, Carrier is just walking in behind here as there is the Grand Starfall. Gumayushi gets a lot of attention once again. And Doran is just bouncing around his ultimate. He will eventually go down as Hostile Takeover doesn't quite work as Pace tanking this turret way more than he wants to as the threaded volleys are hurting so much. Zeka doesn't have his flash though available. And now Kanavi, can he actually get in there? The Vault Breaker will be up pretty soon, but looks like they're not going to be able to stop this as there is the Weaver's Wall. And they might actually be able to take them down. Owner's going to be the first one.
Shield.
As there it is, the big old boulder to come through. The threaded volley and Pays so close to falling. The bailout does actually come down, but it's Kanavi that's able to lock down the kills. They at least get one back as now Zeus is looking to take down Faker. He flashes and gets him with the really nicely done here. And HLE find themselves with a slight gold advantage and a kill lead.
Maybe we have a game here, Atlas. Finally, HLE get a big win in this series, and it's based off the fact that T1 go for an insanely greedy play. Looking for the dive onto Guma with his targeted stun here from Owner, who he buffers them deftly with. And then Doran can't really decide how he wants to play this. Has to avoid Zeka. Takes an extra turret shot there, but critically Pays eats the ramped turret damage, so he's incredibly low. If he doesn't take that shot, if Owner even dies there, I think that's probably the end of the chase. Instead, they're able to come over here and corral them here into this corner, as meanwhile Doran is once again in danger.
Yeah, seismic shot, decent buffer there on
He's
the weaving
dead
by Doran, and Delight's going to come on over. Doesn't find the shattering strike, but it's a punch from Kanavi, and will be able to take down the Aurora. So this is starting to move pretty directly into HLE's hands as they're able to take that second dragon of the game. It's a Chemtech Soul this time around as well, and there's a Rek'Sai in the game, and that is going to be a soul that she'll be able to put some use into.
A lot of plate gold going over here as well to this pushing Zeka. The Talia picking up a 400 gold lead. Kanavi is massive with 5 kills. The Thunder Sky online, and he's got a second item almost completed here. His Owner just buys his right now. So suddenly a very scary set of 5 champions that are actually incredibly relevant in this game. Whereas it looks like maybe the tempo that T1 held on to might have just broken the back of HLEv Esports. They overdo it. They overplay their hand, overforce. And so now we actually have a pretty strong game state for them. In fact, T1 completely on the back foot.
Yeah. 1,500 gold is not exactly the end of this, but momentum has been so important in this tournament, not even necessarily this series. We've seen, you know, teams go up 2 games and then lose control. And in the last time that we saw it, it was T1 that was able to use that momentum to actually win the series in 5. HLE, they had to break that momentum after a couple of games to win that 5th. So let's see whether they can do the same thing here.
I mean, there was an error made from Doran, right? Like, he ended up getting caught there. They didn't have enough control over the map, but the truth still is that this Rek'Sai is going to struggle into the Aurora. The Aurora had a ton of money put into her hands very early on in this game, so as we reset back to lanes here, you know, HLE still have to continue to be proactive. They can't just go, all right, well, we got a gold lead here, and that's about it. We'll see you at the objectives. They are going to try to play around, it looks like, the top side of the map here this time with Kanavi, has Flash and ult at the ready, looking for anyone they can find. If they can find the Ahri, if they can find the Pantheon, kill them. If they retreat, they get the jungle. As Kanavi just taking away more and more farm here. He's 20 CS up.
Oh, Faker taking a bit of damage here from Zeka, but doesn't find the remaining rocks. Is all right. Cease and desist to come through as there's the flash from Zeka to make sure they take down Faker. Moving up to 10 kills now as the handshake is decent. Let's see whether T1 can find an angle as the Weaver's Wall comes in. Pays finding some autos, but down will go Carrier. But look at Pays. He's able to do a whole bunch of work until Zeus gets on top of him. The bailout not going to quite work there as it's a triple kill for Zeka. Doran gets one back as Zeus will fall, but it's HLE that take the team fight.
And it feels like each and every scrappy fight T1 takes is a limit test, and HLE are ready to pass the test. They are able to win these, trading up in the bottom side there. Looking for the scrap here is Doran.
Yeah, Doran just stands his ground and dies.
Yeah, another limit test going by the wayside. I'm not sure if he would have, I mean, if he necessarily needed a flash, even if he just walked away, but he stayed, like you said, and Kanavi's going to get the Herald at the same time, and this lead here for HLE grows.
All right, Kanavi going to be able to take this Rift Herald, so there is feats of strength for these objectives over to HLE. First turret going to be the thing to look out for as far as these feats of strength. The last best of 5, or the last series of feats of strength that we're going to have ever.
Could be the last game if T1 are able to come back and win this one. 2,000 gold behind now, and that last fight did not go their way, and they were trying to play it like they did so many of these fights this series, where looks like maybe HLE have the upper hand, but they group faster. They have the Ashe, right? The Ashe incredibly powerful in those longer fights, but it does not work out. He does not get the bailout this time. Faker misses the charm here, but we're moving back to pretty quiet game state for a few moments here. 40 seconds till that dragon spawns, and that's where we'll see likely our next conflict.
Yeah, we'll see whether that is going to be where the action is. It is, of course, only going to be second dragon for either of these teams, so not massively pivotal, especially when it is a Chemtech. Not exactly the most valuable as far as an individual Drake is concerned, as Doran trying to get some damage done towards Zeus, but Zeus not too worried. Does have that Titanic Hydra now completed, and also level 11.
Control of the dragon is relinquished here by T1. They had a lot of prio, but they're so concerned about this Herald charge. They back away, and they will lose prio, and also their mid turret here. There's not really anything they can do about it. Faker is just going to go back and push topside. He doesn't have ult, so this is going to be a dragon given. Maybe they lose Doran.
Yeah, Zeus actually throws out the ulti to try and lock down Doran here, but Doran's able to outplay it quite nicely, as the Mega Cone's going to help him out. Right,
another charge.
That's going to take down another turret here, and HLE kind of skyrocketing this gold advantage, already moving north of 3,000. They're going to be able to grab themselves this dragon as well. Faker will be able to offer a little back as he does pick up this top outer turret.
Yeah, the problem with saying it will give dragon for a push is that they had Herald. So 2 turrets, like you say, for 1. And, I mean, it's still a bunch of gold picked up here for Faker, but this Talia has 10 stacks of Darkseal. Yeah, Rylai's picked up incredibly early.
He's 6-0-5. I mean, Zeka, he has had a great tournament, and especially in the knockout stage, I think Zeka has been performing exceptionally well. But this is his most impressive game that he's had so far, as Owner's ulting in. Zeus is set up with a bunch of tunnels. Does get the knock-up to interrupt Owner here. Does avoid getting stunned momentarily. And now he's able to burrow. If he gets another one, he might actually be out of here. There's the flash, and he just barely isn't able to survive.
First damage coming through from Doran, who is equally as powerful as this Talia. This game doesn't have quite the 6th kill there, but is incredibly strong, as we will see a defensive teleport here from Faker.
Yeah.
So the macro player is insane from T1. Like, they're able to TP here.
Oh, great charm is going to connect there onto Zeka. This is so much damage as he takes another turret shot, but Faker is just going to get taken down.
I think that was a little bit of a bridge too far there. Up until that moment, though, they had the group to get the collapse that leads to a turret. Then they have the defensive TP, which saves Faker from the aggression there in mid and also allows him to defend the turret. I think he probably should have been happy with clearing the wave, but he wanted to kill, and he falls flat on his face.
I mean, it was very close, but still is a little silly, especially now that it's a 7-0 Zeka. There's also now Doran, who is just dead. Once again, roaming around no man's land and is going to be taken out as HLE close in on this inner turret. It's at full health, but it doesn't have a whole lot of defense with both solo lanes now dead on the side of T1.
Yeah, there's no wave here just yet, but the next one is going to really start to put the threat on that inner, and the mid turret is also in danger. It's a defensive arrow.
Oh yeah, going to connect here onto Zeka, as Ona will find the stun flash charm. He's going to get flashed out up there as Owner's thrown around like a rag doll. The Magnet Storm comes in. Hostile takeover is not going to connect on Zeka, but is able to pull Kanavi back. And that is so much money over to Faker here, as now Gumushi over the wall. Down goes Owner, as it's an 8th for Zeka, who's legendary now in this game. Zeus is turned up, but I don't know he's all that threatening at this point in time, as HLE will back away.
It's a really scary fight always when you're scrapping into an Ashe like this because of her slows. Phantom Dancer as well just makes it so hard to get away. And if you don't hit that shove, you feel like, I don't know if we should stay this. Both teams do back away though. And Doran will push through that bottom lane, probably remove a few of those tunnels on his way back in, as we're taking a look at Paze, maybe threatening something onto Guma, but thinks better of it. As this all starts off with a really cool arrow play here from Paze, predicting the back away as Owner reveals himself. Zeka flashes the charm, but this still ends up being a really strong fight here for T1, and Faker gets the shutdown, which is the most important part of this, because yes, Zeka is insanely big, but Faker has now really just evened up that quite significantly with that 1,000 gold he picks up from the kill there onto Kanavi, and he himself is now a huge threat. Sure, not as big as Zeka. He doesn't have a death cap in the docket just yet, as Zeka is very close to that. but the Ahri is now another realistic threat here for T1.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that there's still a 1.4k gold lead for just the Talia, with that extra 1,000 going over as Kanavi did die in that last exchange. Still looking fantastic for HLE though, as the Otacon has spawned. It's here towards this top side. Right now T1 with a bit of vision on the area, but it's now going to be HLE clearing all of that out. Might be able to start this one up as Gumushi and Delight going to help take out this wave to make it as dark as possible.
There is a TP for Doran, so he can join here. He's on the opposite side of the map, but this top wave makes it so difficult to get in, and they have control vision in this Tri-Brush. I think T1 may just have to give this up. They look like they want to fight. Yeah. They're so late to it, though.
Let's see if they can find it. Seismic Shove not going to quite land there as the Weaver's Wall just to block them off. T1 are going to be able to make their way in, though, because this is a Pantheon, and he's going to steal it away! They take down the Corki as well as now T1 in position. Man advantage there, but there's the shutdown onto Faker. The AoE damage is gigantic as HLE are trying to get this one done. Zeus makes his way out, but Paze is still fighting. And Kanavi gets over the top, but does not find the damage. And Pace just has arrow after arrow in these team fights.
I mean, how does this work? How does this happen? They got no information. They've got none. Owner sends it. He gets the smite. Pace gets the stun to protect.
Can he actually get into position? That's oh, the handshake. He was so ready. And Pace is able to take him down.
Baited.
Oh,
what?
Man.
I cannot believe what we just saw. Like, it's actually just, my brain is struggling to comprehend that that went as well as it did for T1. Look at this. They have no vision. There's control vision on the edge. There's control vision on the Otacon. Owner gets in here, gets the steal.
Flash as well.
And then Doran is layering damage in as the ultimate comes through from the Renata. And then watch Paze here. They're trying to collapse on him, but he gets the flash out. He does so much damage. Zeus has to retreat. Now there's no threat. Zeka misses that volley. And then as Kanavi goes in, Owner says, I got you, don't worry. Looks for the stun to peel for him to grab the kill. And then they bait in Zeus and he dies, and T1 will get a second dragon as well.
All right, so they've evened that one up. T1 with the permanent stats of the Otacon. That is a big deal as the arrow is going to connect onto Delight. Not exactly an optimal target, but he's going to get pulled back and destroyed. Only going to grab that one, and now T1 might be able to take this outer turret in mid lane as well and even up the gold for real.
It's not every day that an arrow hits two people, but that Valkyrie dodge just leads to Delight getting caught and hit. If he didn't Valkyrie, he would have been the one to die. It's not his fault, but Delight's the casualty. And I feel so bad for Hanwha. I mean, they had such a control over this game.
I mean, they're not out of it just yet, as Gumushi is. He is dead. And Doran just finds him.
We talked about at the beginning of the day with the Otacon, right? With it's the last series of Otacon. I was like, what it would be if the Otacon throw is what does the game, but I can't call it a throw. I can't call it a throw. It's just an outplay from T1. And
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a bit of both, isn't it? I'm kind of hoping that it is, you know, because if the final game that we have with Otacon is a classic Otacon moment, I mean, it's kind of beautiful. It's kind of poetic.
T1 kind of just sent it, and it worked out because their teamwork is so out of control good.
And the Grand Starfall just makes it so difficult to keep a Pantheon out of the pit, especially when he's as strong as he is. Of course, is behind Kanavi by a bit of gold, but I mean, if you were to quiz me on that based on what we've seen in this game, I would have probably answered incorrectly.
You know, when you look at this roster for T1, how they've played together without Paze, the four core all year long, they've had all the training, they've had all the macro stuff. Like, Doran figured all that out in Kespa Cup. If you guys remember where HLE actually got the better of them at the very beginning of the year.
Yeah.
And swapping Paze in just feels like swapping into a different gun, right? But this gun is aggressive. This gun they like. They are playing through it super, super well, and they're playing through bottom side. This game, they didn't have the lead in game state, but they were able to make that Hail Mary work because of the coordination these four players have with each other that they built throughout this year. You know, HLE, it looks like, doesn't quite have just yet. HLE still hold a gold lead here. With the fact that we're even discussing this game being close, the fact that T1 were able to win that fight, take that Otacon, and bring us to 2-2 Dragons, feels like we just watched a miracle happen here before our eyes.
Yeah, it feels a little bit unfair, to be perfectly honest, because I was hoping that we'd be brought to a fourth game. T1 making that reality seem a little bit more difficult.
It's still possible here. They still have an incredibly strong comp with single target blow up with this by Talia. 2 items hit for Guma. He's a big threat in this game as well, despite being a little bit behind Paze in gold. They're relatively even. They have item parity essentially here.
And it's also you know, the two items that we talk about for Corki all the time. And so Gumayusi is very strong at this particular point. We'll have Collector on the next back, I'm pretty sure. And so should be able to walk back into the next fight feeling pretty good.
I mean, there's some really crazy combos Hano could set up in a 5v5 where they're all grouped and they're not trying to do an Otacon where Zeus gets a knock-up, or you have the Rel ultimate and Zeus getting in there with a multi-man knock-up with the Taliyah shoves. A lot of different burst setups here for this incredibly fed Taliyah.
Yeah, and Kanavi can choose a target to kill, right? And so that they can use that to then really get the chain CC rolling.
But it does feel like if the fight goes longer, this Ashe is such a problem with the fact that it has bailout. I mean,
not to mention this Aurora
exactly.
from Doran.
Because Doran can layer a ton of damage through to help then peel also for Pays. And if Keria hits a bailout on Pays and they get a second life bar to this Ashe, I mean, that's something Corki is not going to be able to have in these team fights.
Yeah.
And now he has IE.
That is going to be a large amount of damage here for the Ashe. As Delight standing on some vision. I think that ward is actually out of range of the control ward in the front of the pit. It's Kanavi here towards his bottom side. Always dangerous when there's Baron on the map and it's T1 you're facing, but they're not starting it just yet. Just a bit of a battle towards the vision. As another reset going to come on through, getting all these wards back into the inventory for these supports. As Keria and Delight now making their way back in. Faker will be able to clear out this control ward and move towards his top lane to try and get some extra pressure out onto this map. So things have slowed down momentarily. That's been useful for HLE. They've actually extended this gold lead back just a little bit, but T1 now basically evened out the score, right? Yeah. If Doran goes down at the beginning of a fight, it's going to mean that HLE are pretty far ahead. So that might be the target that they're looking for, as Keria swapping his summoner spells by pressing his ghost button. As he does look for Gumayusi, gets his Valkyrie out in trade for the handshake.
I am really curious what the approach is going to be for this next fight. Is Keria?
Yeah, immediate flash. I actually really like the very early flash. As Charm is going to connect there onto Delight.
Delight loses a ton of his health.
Ooh, Doran going to get knocked up here as Zeus does find him. Gets 50% of his health bar and then backs away. I like that. Avoids the full combo there out of the Aurora. As in goes Kanavi, and he's going to try and go out as well. Handshake is going to miss as T1. They have just reformed their Phalanx. That is a decent amount of AoE as now Guma throwing these rockets around. Massive AoE as a hostile takeover is not really hostile at all. Kanavi goes in, cease and desist, but he's down to the GA. They take down Keria. But can T1 actually find the angle? Doran is going to be wiped out, though. It's a double for Gumayusi. Pays still finding these autos, but he's not safe enough as Ona is able to take down his former top lane. But it's only Zeus in trade for 3, and HLE should get themselves this soul point.
They aggressively push through and pick T1 apart. They're not able to get the main carry in the Ashe, but they're able to push everyone else so low and prevent Pays from actually doing the damage required to close out the fight. Starts off with Kanavi looking for this angle onto Doran after he gets the honey fruit, right? Guma's here, ready for follow-up damage, and then this engage here actually does a ton of damage. Then the Weaver's Wall cutoff here means that Pays can't actually do any damage to try to peel. And the Weaver's Wall buys so much time. Kanavi flashes in for the charge Q, knows he has his GA, so his sacrifice is not in vain. And HLE are doing Baron in line. We'll see if Owner can get another Miracle Steal.
He's got Flash, he's got ult. I think, yeah, HLE, don't do this. Just go for the turn.
Would not have quite been the Miracle this time, I guess, when we came into that one, got a little bit more information.
Yeah. All right, so not going to go for that angle, but still, with this extra Chemtech Drake, they do have now a Dragon win condition on the cards for themselves. 2,500 gold is their lead. But here at 30 minutes, 2,500 is nowhere near enough to make you feel comfortable about a game state, especially not with this Ashe. If they can get their ducks in a row, Pays can really just kill everyone, as he's now building towards some armor penetration to try and take down some of the more tanky members of HLE. Doran coming on over here as it feels like Zeus is feeling better about this matchup, almost towards 3 items. And we'll have probably GA built up relatively soon.
I mean, it's just really difficult to... it takes so long to kill him that eventually he just gets enough CC on Doran and wins that war of attrition, especially if he has any resources. He always has to be wary, though, of the Pantheon ultimate, so if he wants to kill Doran and wants to commit there, it could actually backfire. And the same on the opposite side is true of the Taliyah, but the Taliyah's on the complete opposite side of the map, so Doran kind of has a closer buddy, so to speak. And Baron is still on the cards here, potentially, as HLE move vision across both sides of the map.
Ooh,
Weaver's Wall, just for a turret siege.
And it is going to be able to take it down. They do get the Grand Starfall, though, out of Ona, who is trying to peel for Pays. They did not go in for it, as Kanavi going to be stealing away the Merkwolves, and Doran not going to be able to find him there, as he does come out of stealth. Carrier hunting, wanting to find an angle here. Is Seismic Shove going to connect onto Faker? Zeka doing so much damage, as we could see.
Faker may just have to back and TP, as this Rek'Sai is also a problem. Zeus is going to take out this turret. Faker is going to take that back, but they need to make a decisive call. T1 do we just simply give up this Baron, or are we going to have to like know that if we fight for it, Rek'Sai can open up the base? Luckily for them, HLE aren't going to make that heavy of a call onto Baron right now, so the decision becomes a lot simpler. Just catch that wave bottom side, but the turret, regardless, the enter in the bottom lane is taken by the Rek'Sai. 4,000 gold now, the advantage here.
And only one more inner turret left remaining as well. They can park Zeus towards that top side if they would like to. He is going to be moving towards the bottom lane once again, as he wants to be in the lane furthest away from the Baron, put as much pressure on the T1 as he possibly can. And the more he moves Doran away from the rest of the team, the more valuable he is, right? Because that's the only gold lead for T1 that they have. And so if they remove all that gold, then it makes it very, very difficult. Zeus, with that Tremor Sense, knows exactly where Doran's going, but he's pretty slippery.
Doran can also not interrupt Zeus' TP, but Zeus can interrupt his, which is another frustration of this matchup when they are playing it out like this. But it is going to be Doran getting that push through. We do go back to a bit of a reset. And Baron's starting to feel a little bit lonely in this game. You know, for Hanwha Life, they've had a few opportunities to try to turn for this, but after what happened on Otacon, you can understand the hesitation because your tournament life's on the line. Your whole series, if you lose another fight like that, it's probably just donezo, even though they have so many advantages and they have this Weaver's Wall to try to cut T1 apart.
Ooh, Doran looking for an angle on Naguma here, as Kanavi not buying it.
They wanted to bait Kanavi in there, I think, really hard.
Yeah, and it almost worked actually, but decides not to go in, even though Ona had managed to stay out of vision majoritively. Zeus now moving back down towards his bottom side, though, getting some extra vision, as Kanavi could actually catch them in the cross map or be caught out himself.
And it's Zeka now is going to push to the top side of the map, and they're just maintaining a line of vision past the Baron pit, across bottom to top. You can see Doran's clearing up part of that here, but if they actually end up getting split, I mean, T1 can blow somebody up and go straight to Baron. This is such a tense moment on the map as this game state, even though it's a 5,000 gold lead, it's still relatively even.
Oh, Kanavi almost just getting blown up as Doran looking for the angle. He flashes and manages to take him down, but Pace is also dead on the other side of the fight. Carrier also having to flash his way out, and look at the AoE. Faker is dead, and HLE, they may lose their new 80 carry, but it did not matter. They had plenty of carries already, as Zeka's going to be able to clean up. They're now looking for the Baron, and they might even get the soul as well.
Massive win in the team fight. They absolutely get the Baron here, and they are just going to rush it down. They're trying to spend a little bit of time catching Doran, but he will be able to escape. But he cannot challenge this Baron take. Even though Owner has ult, he will not be up anywhere near in time. This Baron will definitely start to open up the base here for T1, you have to imagine. As you mentioned, the soul is also available. They already had Prio and vision control there. But this Baron will almost guarantee when they should be able to, if they want to fight for it rather than push for the base, give them the advantage there. As Doran looks for Guma, and Guma dies here, but look at what Kanavi does on the other side of the fight with the Rel follow-up as well from Delight. And there's just so much CC here between that Rel, then the Talia coming through, the rocks on the ground, the second shove here this time, but it just doesn't matter.
Oh my goodness, Pay's gonna get caught by another one as the bailout does actually go off, but unfortunately it is not going to come on through. Kanavi going to help grab that second kill as now Doran, he was in flanking position, but now everyone's dead, so he is just going to die. Goes between worlds a few times and is gonna go golden. As Ward goes over, he gets knocked up and he is gonna get eliminated. Zeus gonna be able to lock that one down. That one feels cathartic, you could imagine.
And the last gold lead for T1 was the Aurora. He doesn't have one anymore. That soul, they maintain Baron. They have 2 minutes left on it, and they are looking to bring us to a fourth game now, Atlas.
Yep. Zeus going to be pretty happy about that Chemtech soul coming through as well, so I don't think they're ever going to be killing this Rek'Sai again as the ulti from Ona. Where is he going? All right, going to try and pick up the minion wave if he can find it, but there are still minions here. The flash forward from Zeka looking for Faker. He throws out the ulti. Seismic shove doesn't quite work there as there's the charm avoided by going into stasis with that hourglass. Faker also going to do the same thing, but he's down to 1 health. Gets himself out of the way, but it's the auto attack to come on in. Guma's dead yet again, but what we learnt is that Guma doesn't even really matter in this game. He will be taken out. It's a triple for Zeka. Kanavi grabs one back, and the first Nexus for HLE will fall here in game number 3.
T1 had that really heroic, miraculous Otacon team fight, but were not able to convert it into anything else. The side lane of Zeus was just so powerful, and the Fed Talia got insane work done, but it was Kanavi's engages that really helped them clean up and close out the game. And this by Talia was absolutely what HLE needed to win this one.
Yeah, I have to say, Zeka really having a day out in this one. The Talia looking absolutely fantastic. Doran did everything that he could. And man, I feel like Gumayushi forgot to have a chat with Viper. Like, I feel like Viper left because he's like, these guys just use me as bait too much. I'm going back to the LPL. I want to be the superstar. And now Gumayushi is realizing, oh, hang on. They're just going to let me out to dry so they can kill everyone themselves.
I mean, it is how it happened, especially in that big fight where they traded Guma for the team fight as Doran was able to kill him, but it did not matter. 36-minute game that you could see the big dip in the gold graph there when this happens.
Yeah.
Like, again, that's an HLE controller there on the Otacon. And
I really like that we get the Otacon throw, but then also they don't lose the game.
Yeah.
So we get a series to continue whilst also having the theme of 2025 remain strong.
But outside of this moment here, HLE had a good macro game and were able to then just still be so oppressive on the map and just choke T1 out of anything.
This was pretty sexy.
There were a lot of cool moments for T1, and that's kind of scary when you think about this is a best of 5, and the game that HLE won, they kind of could have thrown away if a few things had gone a little bit differently. It's plays like this for Kanavi, by the way, which are why I voted for him, even though he does end up getting popped into his GA. He's the one who starts us off and splits the team in half. Talia will probably end up getting this one, to be honest. Zeka had a massive part to play in this game and was the biggest and most fed member on the Rift, but I thought Kanavi had an incredible Vi game. This moment here as well, setting up the Talia, deleting Pays from this fight.
Yeah, without Kanavi, I mean, I don't think that any of this really works out, but the mid jungle, it was a duo effort. And so I think if either of them pick up the POG, I'm pretty happy. Pays getting caught out here. I mean, Zeka was kind of laser focused in this game, and he has been one of the players on HLE this year that has been very up and down, and he will be able to pick up player of the game for this one, 14-1-9.
And Zeka, at the beginning of this year, when he was winning everything, was known for one thing, not losing best of 5s ever. And
yeah, that is true.
He did get player of the game here to bring us to a 4th one. Maybe he could be a huge part of HLE's potential reverse sweep.
And the best thing is we get more than 3 games in this series as well. Last time around, we had a team go up 2-0 as well, and that was thwarted. The time before, HLE went up 2, and then they lost a couple before winning the series. So hopefully we get another 5-game banger. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, we'll be able to find out.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 각하 조국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
내 이름은 백기태. 중앙정보부 부산지부 정보과 과장이다.
중정에는 왜 들어갔어요?
애국하러 갔습니다.
애국?
오빠 미쳤어?
우리 3남매 나 살자고 이러는 거다.
힘 없으면 그저 개돼지 지금이니까. 너가 잘못되면 검찰 조직이 박살나는 거야.
날 상대하려면 각오는 해야 될 거야.
뭐 하자는 수작입니까?
애국.
나는 지금부터 세상을 바꿀 것이다.
갑자기 너 보고 살인범이래.
잡았다. 범인. 조각합시다.
조각이 뭐야? 난 내가 어떻게든 지킨다.
동네 복싱장 관장 그리고 IM 복서 마스터 마동석입니다. 저는 많은 복서분들에게 이 무대를 꼭 만들어드리고 싶었습니다. 다들 준비되셨죠?
네, 안녕하세요. 주인강입니다.
UFC에서 활동을 했었고
막 전국체전 13연패 하신 분들
좋된 것 같습니다.
집에 가야겠는데 바로? 지금 저분들도 복서야?
분명 안 되죠.
망했네. 우리나라에 복서도 다 모였네.
빨리 싸우고 싶다.
진짜 죽을 때까지 한번 싸워보고 싶다.
복싱 선수들은 링이 무대거든요. 박스!
결국 맞짱이네.
포기하지 마, 포기하지 마. 복싱은 결국 자신과의 싸움입니다.
좀만 더, 거의 다 왔어.
돈 내고 봐야 되는 경기라 돈 좀 거둘까요?
We got him. Rolling spikes!
What are you shooting?
Sorry. Could you show me that clip again? Wasn't wearing my glasses.
点赞再看，养成习惯。点赞再看，养成习惯。点赞再看，养成习惯。 点赞再看。点赞再看，养成习惯。点赞再看，养成习惯。点赞再看，养成习惯。
One in, there it is.
Okay, well, that's obviously, there's quite a bit of synergy between the Cataclysm and the Bullet Time between those two, but I need a little bit more information about what the draft is going to look like here for Hanwha Life Esports before I can feel good about that MF. We do feel pretty good about the fact that it is going to win most lanes with the champs that are left available in the bottom side. Lucian is banned, but Braum is still pretty good into Misfortune because it could just shut down the ultimate. It looks like Keria is not interested in Poppy this game around. They grab a pick here that can go toe-to-toe in the lane with this MF. I mean, they're going to be hard-pressed to, but if they can, then we're feeling a little bit more comfortable because Kai'Sa isn't really, I think, going to fit the bill here. Can't lane swap with this Rumble either out of it. I mean, you can, but it's not going to be a trade-up. The Ezreal instead is what they're looking for here for Pays.
I kind of like it. Equalizer and the Glacial Fissure already providing a lot of AoE, and you layer a True Shot Barrage over the top of that. You can soften up a lot of members on the enemy team. As, oh no, the Mel curse is going to continue. What is it, 0 and 10, 0 and 9?
I think it's 0-9. I'll check it. I'll do one more check. Last we checked, I think it was 0-7, then it went 0-8.
Right. You don't have to. It's all right.
It's okay.
Zeka is not going to be playing it. Looks like the Twisted Fate. He has played that one before. Instead, it looks like the bottom lane will be locked in. So Delight on the Nautilus.
I am always a little bit concerned when we are flipping through until the time goes down to 0, like 6 different identities of champions.
Yeah.
Because it often reflects a little bit of desperation in terms of the champion pool. I think getting your support here is really important because otherwise you get choked out in the second phase. They already have their bottom duo fully locked up, so this does make a ton of sense. Owner loves his Nocturne, and he's paired it with Rumble to great success so often. So that ban makes a ton of sense here.
All right, so a couple of bans here for T1 to come on through. We'll see what they do decide to ban away next. Probably mid lane options. Make sure that Faker has the best time possible, unless you want to take away Ornns and things like that.
So Ornn Akali could just be the bans here, and then Faker can play something that is a lot safer as a result. And for this ban, it gets a little bit tricky. We could see a Poppy ban, because Owner could still play Poppy in this draft, but it's not really an impressive bottom lane to play through, but top lane could definitely be a point of attack. I don't think that they're looking for it in this draft, but if they ban the Nocturne, maybe they'll consider it.
Could be an option. I would like to see a Galio for Zeka, as the Lee Sin is going to be taken away from Owner, of course, one of his signature picks, of course.
I like Galio a lot here. I am on the same page as you. I think it works really well with the Jarvan engage. They have the Nautilus, and it empowers the Misfortune too in team fights. Taunts can even set up for ultimate.
Yep.
And Jarvan plus Galio is always really strong. I hope they don't opt for the Victor themselves in this draft, because I think Zeka's proficiency on the champ just isn't there. As the Cassante still available, it keeps getting banned here in these types of scenarios, will be taken away. It's been a really common response to the Rumble.
Yeah, I think that if it is a Galio, then you can feel free to put Zeus on something like a Camille towards the top side of the map. Could be very, very fun.
Silas.
Let's see what is going to be picked up here, as Zeka is rotating through a bunch of different options. That's not going to be it, because that one's been picked already. Gumiyushi has been pretty good at picking champions a second time in Fearless. Unfortunately, the games are not then allowed to go on.
What if Faker just plays Syndra into this?
Oh god, it's a Mel. All right, well, he could just Syndra it. We have seen the Syndra be very, very powerful into the Mel.
I kind of just feel like you don't even have to, though. If you feel like you're informed to crush Zeka in the straight-up 1v1 and get massive advantages mid, and even play through that with whatever you pick for Owner. I mean, they could even play like Nefiri or something and try to impact the rest of the map. Feels really good, but you could also just pick a scaling pick and go, well, Mel kind of just isn't winning and isn't relevant in early fights. We'll take the whole map.
Wait, Yasuo Sejuani?
Or Yasuo.
Oh my god, it's Yasuo Sejuani.
Or Yasuo Diana.
Oh my, don't tempt me, Frodo.
I mean, there is the Rumble here. I'm kind of interested.
That could be very, very fun. Let's see what Owner does want to do. As you can see, he's not too psyched about it. That means Sejuani. It's got to be Sejuani. Right? He's like, oh man, do I have to really? Sejuani again? That champion's so boring. Watch Carrier lock it in. And it's Silas. Never mind. All right, so we're having fun. We're having fun on Summoner's Rift.
Okay, this is a really...
I don't know whether Yasuo is ever going to have a very good time in the Mel, though. I don't know how that matchup goes.
I don't think it's going to be like he loses the lane, but it is definitely not going to be generating the advantage that Syndra would, for example. This is really interesting to see. This was picked into Rumble a lot early, but Rumble kind of eventually just started to win this one as we saw a lot of changes to Gwen coming through. Rumble also was nerfed quite a bit when he was winning the most part, but I think most people would prefer the Rumble side of this matchup. In terms of the 1v1, in terms of side lane power, definitely favoring the Gwen. She is going to do a lot here. This composition now for Hanwha Life Esports, its identity completely changed. It went from a combo-oriented MF Jarvan setup draft to, okay, the MF is like, it does kind of damage and wins lane, but we're looking for the late game scaling. We're looking for the Smell to come online. We're looking to buy time with the side lane and Gwen. We're going to play through the Gwen with the Jarvan. Gumiyushi, win the lane early, and what happens after that? Not important.
Yeah.
And for T1, we have a jungle Silas that can steal a few big ultimates here, but is otherwise a really risky draft for the side of T1, where they also end up with an Ezreal that doesn't have too much setup. Like, I feel like the draft for HLEvsT1 is a comp T1. Maybe they'll teach us something here.
Yeah, and I mean, if it wasn't the Silas and they did pick Sejuani, I'd be like, wow, what an amazing composition. With the Silas in there, I am a little bit less like that because there's not as much of that mid-jungle synergy that would have inherently been there. But it's T1, and we know that they can certainly pull some rabbits out of hats. Let's get onto the Rift here for game number 4. All right, so that was the fan chant. There was only one of them that time around, as the fans are also a little bit frazzled. And look, I don't think I blame anyone for that, as the last game was kind of crazy.
Oftentimes at LoL Park, especially for big best of 5s like this, teams actually will literally bring someone in or have a pre-recorded fan chant. At a tournament like this, you often have like a leader of a fan club doing it, or it's kind of designated. Sometimes it's just by feel. With the orgs this big though, generally not. Maybe something went a little bit wrong in the communication there in terms of who's supposed to lead it, and they just kind of whiffed it. But this level 1 is really strong with Braum for T1. As you can see, they look like they're the red side team with how deep they are in this jungle right now, trying to find anyone they can interact with to set up the permafrost, or not permafrost, sorry, the concussive blows, which functions very similarly.
Okay. T1 not going to quite find anyone on their way towards this bottom lane just yet, as Carrier may actually scope out Dreamer and Delight on their way over. Oh, that was cheeky.
I mean,
how did you get it in front of the minion? That's crazy.
It's like he told the minion to just hold up for a sec.
Yeah.
As they are going to start actually with this Silas pick for owner, the enemy blue buff here to try to 3-buff Kanavi.
Well, let's see whether that can actually happen, or whether it's going to be some vertical jungling here. Might be information given, as another Winter's Bite is going to connect. Gumayusi now going to try and turn it here, as Pei's taking a fair bit of damage. There's a concussive blows onto Gumayusi. He's taken down to about 400 health, but they're given as about as good as they're getting.
Pei's does not have the barrier, and it's actually will blow my mind if an Ezreal wins against MF. Obviously, the level 1 Braum is incredibly strong, but still crazy how well they played the level 1. They even got that extra chip damage in from the Q from Keria. They get the concussive blows off, and Faker is stealing the jungle away. And he also has backup vision there on the Wolves. See if Kanavi comes over here and susses it out. I don't believe Faker was seen.
Well, it's not actually Faker. It's just Faker's skin.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's all right. Zona's going to be moving up. It's not actually even Faker's skin that he's using. Why doesn't he use it?
Yeah, that is weird.
It's a bit of a strange.
Well, Faker wouldn't use it, so I guess he's trying to.
That's true. That's true. Channel a bit of what Faker would do. As now Kanavi moving over, but now you've got Ona towards the bottom side as well, looking for the angle here as Gumayusi should be going down. There's first blood over to the Silas, but it is going to be answered as Delight will be able to find that kill on the back end. Now, Delight could be in trouble here as the flash does come on through. Ona will be going down. Never mind, he won't. Pei's is the one that falls as it's 2 for 2 as the dust settles. And that is a very fed Nautilus.
Yeah, that Nautilus has a lot of money. I think they're pretty happy, though, with the denial of the minions to Guma and the kill that Pei's picks up. He grabs a longsword and a tear for his troubles.
Keria is just fighting Kanavi here. Faker going to be rotating over, but it may be that Keria just kind of dies.
Faker is going to come over here, though. He has a blast going.
Yeah, 42 health, make it 24, as that is going to be feats of warfare, as Kanavi just kills Keria and then walks away and takes the wolf.
Yeah, that was a little too tricky, I think, there for T1 and Keria. They were almost able to save him and turn that into something, but instead it kind of backfires here. It's a free kill over to HLEvsT1 and feats of warfare. I mean, now we've seen some pretty crazy jungle attention to Pei's for T1 this tournament, but that Silas invade from owner into dive was something else. And now Kanavi is like, all right, I see what's going on. I see the vertical jungling. I'm going to go over here and start taking these camps away. And this Rumble is now landing into an MF and a Fed Nautilus.
Man.
And
Look
Doran
at this.
does...
This wave state is just so colossally
he doesn't have access.
Terrible.
He cannot get there.
Yeah, and Hook is going to go wide, but Make It Rain is going to slow down the Rumble. He's forced to flash, and things don't necessarily get all that much better, as this minion wave is already in a pretty horrible position. Ona is going to be rotating back to try and claim this bottom side jungle yet again.
Yeah, he is coming down to potentially set something up here onto Zeus. Zeus is very healthy. Doesn't have his flash, but he can stack a Q. It is going to take a lot of effort to take him out, and I think they're just going to try to zone him away here and grab a plate.
Yeah. He's going to be rotating over. We'll be able to grab that plate, as you can see there. As Kanavi is down here towards this bottom side. Zeus, with the ability to take these minions, is certainly something that makes him happy. Not going to be denied too much CS or experience or anything like that.
Looks like Owner's still, or sorry, Doran is still able to farm.
Yeah, there's another make it rain. As Doran, no flash, remember, but is now looking to go 1-for-1 as Delight is just being so annoying. And Doran is dead.
I don't think he needed to die there at all. Didn't have flash and well, maybe lost a minion, but the wave was, I mean, he could have just kind of safely farmed that. He just kind of walked into that.
Well, you're trying to understand.
No, I know, okay? I know. It's Doran's situation. I've commentated enough. I should at this point be over it. But that's a big win, because that's a Guma kill. And Gumayushi is very happy to take that strange situation into his advantage. And maybe there's something I missed there, and we'll maybe get a replay of it, but at the end of the day...
Yeah, it might have been like the lead up to the scenario made it look like Delight definitely wasn't there, but then he was there, and I don't know. Kanavi's coming over now as I've seen this movie before. I'm kind of hoping that we're out of sequel purgatory. Like, it's time for some original content, guys. That's what I'm thinking. But instead...
I mean, Zeus also got pushed out of the lane on the bottom side here, so he is still dead even in farm. But if he dies again, things will change quite rapidly. Zeus is also staying bottom side, stopped his back, and they're going to get the dragon.
It's not going to be a sequel. Never mind. It might just be a sequel. As Doran taking a lot of damage, will be able to make it towards his turret, but
it's a spin-off.
Yeah, it's definitely feels a little bit like a spin-off.
All right, they're going to look for the sequel after the spin-off. TP looking for the defend.
Another hook going to connect there as now Doran looking to try and offer something back, but it's Kanavi that helps grab this kill, and Guma is off to a really good start in this game.
Doran didn't have level 6. If he has Equalizer, the play is impossible. HLE know the timing of this, and they're able to remove him from the map. Keria also is now the next target, and they just cannot kill Zeus on the other side. This Gwen is just holding her ground, has level 6 now.
Kanavi will be able to stop the back as Keria is going to have to stick around for a little while longer. Doran will be rotating up, but like you say, not level 6 just yet. So Kanavi is going to be able to respect this rumble as Faker's moving up as well.
Yeah, I mean, Doran's like, I'm getting the farm, guys. I'm sorry, you guys could chase that Jarvan if you want. Space is looking for something here with Owner, rotating over.
Snip does come down there as Delight. Get jumped on here by Owner. There is the depth charge picked up as now the equalizer does come down. Kanavi looking for an angle, gets the knock up there onto Doran, but I think Doran will be able to find some revenge. And there it is. Faker actually able to lock that one down as depth charge also going to kill the Gwen underneath her inner turret as Owner is going to dive into 2 people and win.
Yeah, Pays also offering his True Shot barrage of damage there as he grabs another plate on the bottom side, and a lot of farm is denied. We're living in a lane swap here, but it looks like at the end of this exchange, advantage goes to T1. Actually, the True Shot barrage does not connect with Zeus there, in fact, but with the depth charge that was picked up from Owner, he is able to come over here and set this up. Delight wants to try to save this. As you can see, he looks for the root, but the depth charge still goes through, and he gets the Q.
Oh, really nicely done. As Doran.
Solo kill.
Doran is dead.
All right, well, this Gumayushi MF is looking pretty accelerated.
Yeah.
With those 3 kills, although because of the CS deficit, actually kind of dead even.
Oh, Owner finding some, finds a smite actually as he takes away the crab, but now Kanavi is looking to try and take him down. In comes Zeker as well. Rebuttal, not necessary, but he's going to be able to grab the kill onto Owner as now Kanavi still trying to find Moif, gets a beautiful double knock up as the anchor goes wide. Zeus gets into the backline though as Pays is in trouble. Zeker looking for the angle as Faker going to get stunned up. He will be able to hit the tornado, but does not go further forward as Zeus not able to find that last bit of damage onto Faker, who does make his way out, but we're not done yet as Doran moves in. Silences himself, True Shot barrage only onto Kanavi, as Zeker will be able to find the kill onto Faker. Takes him down here, Doran still wanting to fight, as he is only doing battle. For this entire game, he is just trying to kill people as Hook max range out of Delight, finds the slowdowns as well. As Zeka is always lurking on the outskirts of these fights. Zeus also offering some needlework to the battle as Cataclysm from Owner. He finds a double so far, but now he's in amongst so many people. Pays looking to try and back him up, but Zeka is going to block him off, and Pays is able to take him down.
The barrier's enough. He gets the kill there. And
this game is just bonkers.
I mean, at this point, maybe I should start play-by-playing to help you out because it's not a whole lot of breathing room.
Yeah.
And this one, to explain what happens, I think if we watch that replay, we might end and wake up in Game 5.
I don't want to be you, though, Wolf, explaining what's going on, the thought processes. I just don't think it exists.
I mean, it's basically just T1 constantly tussling here, knowing the health bars are low for Hanwha Life and thinking they have the ability to outplay because the Ezreal has so much agency, as well as the massive Sylas power in a scrappy fight like this. Sylas, by the way, on 4 kills after the exchange here, is at an item and a half and is way ahead of a normal Sylas jungle at this point. 800 gold the advantage. I mean, he's stolen so many camps away from Kanavi. Kanavi being this far behind is kind of unheard of in this tournament. He's the guy who has the massive farm lead in a majority of HLE's games here at Kespa Cup 2025. But the critical thing for Hanwha is they get that kill onto the Mel. 2 kills for Zeka means that he's going to be in a pretty stable game state as we have a bit of a trap set.
Yeah, let's see whether, see who is going to be setting the trap. As we know there is a Braum lurking behind, but Kanavi's going to come on over here as Carrier might be able to get out here. There's the depth charge as Carrier's looking to make his way in. Pays is already, oh, never mind, the arcane shifts. It's Zeka that's able to come in and pick this one up. Rebuttal does not work onto turrets. However, he is going to survive. Is now Faker running away. Not going to be able to find that tornado as it's a double kill, make it a triple for Zeka. Arizona comes in once again to try and save the day, and he might be able to do so. Gumayusi should be able to shut him down, but never mind, it's a quadra kill for this Mel, as Zeka might be the person that picks up the first win on this champion to bring us to Game 5 here at Kespa Cup 2025.
He has 6 kills, and so does now Owner after coming in to try to save the day. Look at where Faker and Owner are right now. Faker has to TP over. Now, Faker shows up here on a ranged champion. I think this fight goes a lot better, but he cannot actually really kind of catch those low health members here as desperately as he tries. Good avoid here on the dredge line from Delight, but he takes so much damage. He's melee, he's burst down by Zeka. Owner shows up here, his chains barely, and I mean barely, connect there. He gets the kill there. The Nautilus ultimate is also just barely enough to get him a second, so he ends up with 6 kills here. As Faker is, okay, looks like he's going to be fine, but 6 kills for the Mel feels so much more significant because the truth is the Mel is a real damage dealer, a ranged damage dealer, and one that is going to continue to farm and be incredibly relevant later on in this game. And when Mel gets 3 items, I mean, that's when she's actually a champion, and he's already halfway there.
Yep, and now T1 are grouped around this dragon. There's another hook that's going to connect. There's the flag and drag as Pays basically out of the fight already. Owner is going to be able to take down the dragon as they're all in the back of this pit. Carrier so close to dead. Zeka finds a 7th. They take down the Nautilus, but I think this fight is already done. It's a Hextech Soul this game. That's an exciting one, but Zeka has so many kills that I don't even know whether we're going to get to a Soul before he wins this game. As Zeus is looking to snip down the Rumble, and he will be able to cut him down to size.
This game feels so much like T1 are fighting every possible fight, every desperate situation, because they have the scrappy brawl comp, right? They have the Yasuo and the Sylas. But this fight is decided by the fact that Pays is caught first. Carrier is then left out to dry. Pays lives for a long time and offers some damage to Delight, but that's it. But meanwhile, in live,
all right, we got a bit of a battle here as Owner versus Gumayusi is happening. Guma does have a little bit of life steal, but he doesn't have his life. There's a flash over the stun there. Zeka is going to get caught. Faker is able to lock that one down. That was some sexy play out of Carrier.
I feel like this is just League of Legends as God intended. I don't know, Atlas. Who cares about macro? Who cares about side lanes? A little bit of last hitting and looking for an objective.
We are demonstrating some swift play, baby. That's what we're doing here today.
All right, Pays is going to grab plate gold here as he lanes into now the Gwen, who comes to answer the 80 carry that at 14 minutes of the game is still in the bottom lane for the time being, as we're scrapping with this Sylas nonstop. And
I'm pretty worried, though.
Doran is not a champion.
No, he's, well, I mean, yeah, no, he's not. He's not having the greatest of times. The thing that I'm really worried about is the fact that Zeka did get shut down That money goes over to Faker. That gold lead has been stopped. He does have Cosmic Drive and his Blackfire Torch completed. It is a very scary Mel, don't get me wrong. We've been talking about Mel being pretty good for the whole tournament, and she hasn't won ever. So I'm a little worried about what is going to happen.
I mean, the third item, when it comes through, is going to allow him to, if the fights go longer and they don't get blown up by the Yasuo and the Sylas that has 8 kills, do a ton of damage. And when they have a Gwen in the front line and a Jarvan to disrupt that engage, plus even the defensive ults from Gumayusi and 5v5s are going to be so incredibly powerful. I still really favor HLEvsT Esports game state, but they were way further ahead than they are now. That much we can say for sure.
Yeah. Well, there is a Rift Herald now on the map. Should be secured here, as T1 will be able to get themselves the objective feat of strength if they are able to take that one down. But HLE looking to fight for this one, as they've been looking to fight for everything all game long. And let's see whether they can actually get themselves into position. It is going to be the Rift Herald taken, but now the fight is going to start. Faker gets into the backline as Zeka with the rebuttal. Doesn't get anything done. It's the Rumble that gets a lot of work, but there's the bullet time from Gumayusi. Faker's already dead. The flash from Guma, he survives for such a long time, is now Pays looking to get that work done. The snare connects, and Zeus cuts him down. It's a triple here as Zeka is just last hitting everyone with that passive from the Mel. It is ludicrous the amount of kills he's got.
It's been a while since we used the term Super Soldier for this best of 5 mid laner, but man, he is really living up to the name in this series. And Kanavi really does a massive amount of work in this fight alongside Delight here as Delight's ultimate gets set up. Look at this knockup with the Cataclysm.
Oh my god.
Insane combo, and then it's just Cario's left alone, and Pays has to try to go in for the outplay as...
We're zoomed in on something. Let's just check everyone's portrait. No one's dead. Okay, we're fine.
It looks like someone was very almost dead there in the Gwen.
Okay.
As Faker came out of a teleport, so maybe like a Q3 something. We don't know, but this game just needs to breathe.
Yeah.
This game needs to breathe, Atlas.
I'm going to need to find someone in the audience to come over and commentate. Just need a little bit of a breather. If anyone's here, let me know. Maybe Fudge can come over and do it, although I've lost him. DeMonte was like making some eye contact as well, so maybe he could come up. If you guys are listening, just let me know. We could definitely use you.
I heard if you call Seth, he shows up to Kespa Cup sometimes.
He definitely does. He definitely does, although that was 3 a.m. And so maybe it's only in the evenings that he makes his way over, the hero. Faker going to be able to put up the wind wall here. Will be able to keep himself alive.
I do think that with this last set of kills to come through for HLEvsT Esports, and now the extra safety that this arm guard is going to give, HLEvsT Esports also going to take the first turret of the game here.
That's feats of strength.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty late here, but they are going to grab it. I just think this Mel may be too big to fail, and Pays is trying his damnedest to actually get every piece of damage done, and he tried so hard to carry that last fight that he got himself killed. And he had, I think, even down 4 kills, he has more agency than an MF in team fights because of his range, his ability to poke that an MF can't do, but he is behind on items. Now has parity, but doesn't have that transformation just yet because he has it so early in the game, only 17 minutes in. It's like 38 kills in 17 minutes. It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
HLEvsT are going to start this dragon up. It's their first of the game. T1 not in position to contest, and I think they should be willing to give this up.
How have they got 23 kills in this game? This is absolutely ridiculous. His owner's coming on over. Is he going to be able to get Soul Point? Yes, he will! As Kanavi's out of there.
Unbelievable. I can't believe it. I don't know, Atlas.
This is rude. It's all right. Now, Owner is going to be driving Shelly. She is going to be able to grab herself a charge.
You know,
eventually.
We often say that Rift Herald is used to secure dragons. I'm not sure if that really sums up what happened here, but he got out.
He did.
He pulled Shelly out of his pocket and said, "See you later. Thank you for Soul Point."
Well, now Faker is looking to dive on top of Gumayusi, who goes down to 50% health. Zeka rotating over. There's the knock-up as Faker finds the last breath. Guma going to go down as there's the knock-up. They know that Owner is going to be the carrier. Zeka finds the ulti, and they are all melting at the hands of this Mel. But Pays, he stands tall to flash forward, but Zeka goes golden. It's Owner who's now underneath the turret, and he survives.
And the equalizer is still underneath his feet. Zeus is going to grab the turret here in exchange. This game just does not ever stop. Looking for the kill on Doran now.
Yeah, let's see whether Zeus can lock him down here as the needlework comes out to slow down the Rumble, and he dashes for the sniff. and picks him up. There's another solo kill. It is a tower falling down in the mid lane as well there for Pays.
Let's just say I wouldn't want to be an observer in this one. Faker gets the knock up here onto Guma. Incredible play there, has the wind wall as well. Then the follow-up comes through with a stolen Jarvan ultimate from Owner. So the damage here is put down to Zeka, and he does a ton of it. The problem is that none of it is on to Pays.
Not to mention Owner being able to just eliminate so much of the damage out of Zeka with the stasis from his Zhonya's that he already has. I mean, he's got 3 items. Sylas is huge.
Kanavi's figuring out what it was like to be the other guy.
Yeah.
Because usually it's Kanavi who has this massive lead. It's not even a farm lead. I mean, there's a little bit of that.
I mean, this is Owner versus HLE.
Yeah, it is. And, like, Pays is trying to log in. He's actually starting to become a bit of an issue here as well. But if you look at the damage dealt, he's still behind Gumayushi in that department. But this is a Sylas masterclass here from Owner, and he's the only one who's fed. He has to be just going super deep in every team fight, looking for the most impactful ultimate. And T1 are going to start this Otacon here. There's not a lot of information, not a lot of vision here for Hanwha Life Esports, and no real way to close the gap.
Yeah, they are going to get vision, but I think this one's just gone. T1 will lock it down. And, I mean, I was doubting the Sylas pick. And I have to say, I'm feeling a bit silly. I can feel the egg on my face, Wolf. I'm not going to lie.
I just feel like the way this game has gone, every part of it for T1, the early draft, like the early game, the level 3 gank from the Sylas, the jungle pathing, all of it was set up to get him and Pays fed. Well, he got fed.
He did.
Pays still trying to catch up a little bit in this one, but I mean, there was a clear plan. This was clearly prepared for Owner. He's got a lot of great ultimates to steal, and he's used so many of them to great effect here as Doran is just going to defensively clear this wave because the rest of the team is coming up.
And then immediately presses back.
Is he just going to get away?
He's actually just going to get away. That is kind of ridiculous. I mean, they're going to see whether they can take down this turret, and they will be able to do so.
I guess they... What?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he gets away, but they still get the turret. But I guess they thought maybe T1 were all rotating and collapsing. They were not. Once they realized that,
I think they just
the turret.
assumed that he was out of vision, like on the bottom side instead of being in that brush.
I guess that's the case. They had a ward there. We're going to see a TP here from Zeka to come in and rejoin and look for the defense.
Yeah, let's see who's going to win this fight. Is Faker going down very, very low. Does get into the back line, but Zeus is right behind him. The needlework is going to miss, and Faker survives for a very long time. But there's the Mel for the execution. The teleport away from Kerry. He's like, nope, I am done. I've had enough of this. It's too silly. As now Gumayushi will find Pays. Delight's there with the hook. And Pays tries as he might, does have the barrier, but it's not enough to save him.
This game has been, I think silly is a pretty good word to describe it, but so another decisive...
48 kills in 22 minutes!
Yeah, we don't do that in this region, and HLE do win a decisive fight. The Hex Gate does allow them to chase. Doran's gonna get a turret back here.
Dude, I know, I understand. So T1, they're going to Vietnam soon. So they're getting into the swing of things, the VCS vibes.
Sure.
It just needs to be a kill a second, you know? And they are definitely warming up to that. HLE, they're not going to be going there, but I think that they're just down for it.
Yeah, they probably were looking for an invite. As we're going to see this Mel get away with his back. There's not going to be Owner catching Zeka here. Well, I say that. Yeah,
Doran is
get away with it.
Doran's just walking around getting information. That's what he's doing.
I think that if this steal goes off here for T1, like if they're able to actually secure this dragon, oh, maybe they get even more.
Yeah, Gumayushi in so much trouble. He does avoid the chains. Now looking to try and get rid of Owner as the hook. He's going to connect onto Doran. He just walks over to pick it up. And the Redemption gets the health bars back.
This game is so playable for T1 because they have an Ezreal.
I mean, Hextech Soul is absurd.
I mean, they just have such a powerful tool to set up these melees if they do get it.
I mean, HLE needs to stop them from starting this. As Delight goes in, depth charge down onto Pays, but Delight's already dead. True Shot Barrage comes in, Cataclysm is carry is down already. Owner now into that backline, but Zeka goes golden, and now Owner's looking silly. It is going to be the bullet time to lock down the double kill for Guma, and there's the knock up for the triple. Kanavi now backing away, and without Owner, this dragon will not be secured by T1. Right, Pays? Right, Pays, it's not. It's not. Gumayushi is going to say, no, it is not, as that's the unofficial Quadra, and HLE really take control of this game after 53 kills.
Yeah, the Zonias from Zeka is just doing insane heavy lifting. Was able to avoid Owner, just make Owner look silly for trying to get on top of him in that fight. There's just too many melees here for T1, so FaZe has to do all of the range damage. The equalizer looked like maybe it was going to be fight warping, but it really only resulted in that first initial kill as the rest of HLEvsT1 just don't care. You see, like, Doran wants to get access here. The lights engage, making him die because the equalizer is put down, but Zeka doesn't take too much damage from it. And then watch Owner try to get in here with the Cataclysm. Zeka just goes golden and says, thanks for the kill for the second one to Guma. And Zeus just healing up with his Qs here as FaZe is really the only relevant party in this fight. And unfortunately for him, it will not be relevant after Guma flashed Qs.
Yeah, so Guma's now on 11, 5, and 14. Like, these are some solo queue numbers, man. Like, I just, you don't see this, you know, when you press tab in, like, the spectator client of a pro game. That's just not how it's supposed to look.
I'm going to take back everything I said about Fearless. I'm just kidding. Zeka actually rebuts the True Shot Barrage.
That was a bit cute.
Always good to get a free ultimate.
Baron.
Yeah, and a free Baron as well.
All right, well, let's see whether Owner can get over. It's only at 5,000 health, but it is going down exceptionally fast.
They're going to try to get some exit kills.
Yeah. If you could smite while you're in the air, then that could have been really close. But unfortunately, it was not. And Owner, let's see whether they can actually win the fight as now Zeus dancing around in amongst three members of T1 here as Carrier wishes the door was the other direction as he is going to get taken down. And now HLE with this purple buff are just looking to push up the mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a small wave here. It's going to be bolstered and empowered by these Voidlings. And the next wave, if it were right here, they could probably end the game. And the rest of T1 are just so split trying to find anything else on the map.
Got Krugs.
Got Krugs, I guess, as...
Doran's happy about that. All right, so this inner turret is going to go down, and HLE now with a full minion wave should be able to break open the base here.
This game is likely to end if anybody on the side of T1 gets caught. FaZe just trying to offer some damage. He offers it to himself, and I think they just get out of here. There's no possibility of a chase. I mean, Doran is at least trading for a turret on the opposite side of the map, but this composition is just outpaced now by HLEvsT1. It's 9,000 gold the advantage, and because this comp is like all melee, is can't quite reach the HLE members here. And with a fed Mel that now has Death Cap on top of all of the safe Zonia's energy he's got at this game. 4 items strong, Death Cap at the ready. Like, I just don't see a way back in here for T1
I mean, if Mel loses this game, then I'm just wondering why anyone's been picking her at all.
Yeah.
You know? And I know she's broken in solo queue, blah, 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 but she's like 0 and 8. So, you know, I'm all about the stats.
I think we're getting our 57 out of 60 Kespa Cup games, Atlas. That's how I'm feeling. I think we
might even get
again.
57 kills in this game. In fact, we're almost guaranteed. As T1 setting up for one last defense, you do have Faker towards that top side of the map, seeing what he can do here.
He has TP. They have that one control ward behind HLE.
Zeka moving in. We'll be able to stop Faker from getting over here as Carrier puts up the door, does get the exhaust out onto Zeus. There are still so many minions here. It looks like this turret is not long for the world. Glacial Fissure not doing too much as Kanavi looks for FaZe. The Arcane shifts to get himself out of the way. And the Equalizer goes down there as well. Zeus in a lot of trouble as he goes golden. Bullet
TP.
time comes through. The door not quite doing enough, but down goes the Gwen to start this one off. Depth charge into the backline, stops FaZe's DPS, but Owner, my God, he does so much just before he goes down. And it's a double here as Zeka finally finds a rebuttal on a tornado. As it's a triple for FaZe and T1, they are still alive in this game.
They kept their inhibitor alive on top of all these kills they pick up here. And Zeka is actually going to get caught off by FaZe flanking on the Hex Gate.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Zeka still has flash, is going to bounce over towards Doran here. Just blows him up, but he will go down as FaZe is able to get an unofficial quadra in that fight and pick up an ace.
What T1 need to do here is reset, and there is no teleport. So this top wave is going to go into the base. Zeus is actually about to have his teleport. T1 are going to try to run over to the dragon, get Prio, and try to secure this. If Zeus actually can, if his teammates can buy time and he can TP in, and this wave starts hitting those Nexus turrets, Zeus could backdoor this game if the team actually denies T1's backs. Like, this is such a tense moment here for T1. They want this Hex Tech, but they have to defend their base. And Zeus is spawned
All right, popping on over here as Ona gets in. There's the dash cannon. Zeus could be in trouble. Does he actually have the Zhonya's? He does. But is it actually going to be helping out here? As the chains are going to land July's dead as well. And that should be Hextech Soul over to T1. As Doran, he's going to spawn, pick up the minion wave.
He gets a free back here. I don't think HLEvsT1 should have played this way, because Hextech Soul is losing the game for sure, but just
you're bringing reason into a game that does not allow reason.
I know.
Okay?
I just thought that was a really cool win con there with Zeus having his TP getting back, and if they could have stopped the backs there, it would have been a little bit messy. They would have had to let the Hextech Soul go, but I don't think there was any getting it after they got caught there in the bottom lane. Either way, T1 have some second leases on life here with this, as Doran is very greedy.
He is. Bullet time comes down. He has to flash to get out of the way. As now Pays dashing in. He's got Hextech Soul, so he can permanently slow them down. The Arcane Shift forward does come on in. True Shot Barrage is not rebutted. Now Gumayusi feels a little bit alone here.
He went for the flash there over the root and actually still got
was a flash.
rooted.
I thought that was an Arcane Shift.
He did both, but then the flash I think was the attempt over the root from the Mel, and then he still got rooted there. So now he's down flash. That is pretty scary. But he knows that if he is able to do just a little bit more there, get a little bit more of those slows to proc, and they stop HLEvsT1 from getting away, and they actually do get the catch there, they can end the game.
You know how we talk
This
about...
is just so silly. I don't know!
You know how we talk about 1 kill a minute being really good in a game?
Yeah.
HLEvsT alone are above 1 kill a minute.
Yeah, we're about to hit 2.
Yeah.
Actually, no, we already have.
Yeah, no, we're above it by a decent amount. Can we hit 100 kills? That's what I'm hoping. And can we also...
I don't know.
Can we also get to an Elder Flip? Because I think if T1 can't get control around the Baron, HLE are able to take that. T1 then use their Hextech Soul to defend their base. That's when Elder Flip time.
They've done their due diligence in the bottom lane to push this one out against Zeus, but he's sticking around and he has TP. Top side, the wave is pushed up, so Zeus can't use that as a teleport angle to end the game. But Zeus can be very tricky when he hides off vision like he is right now, as this Baron is spawning here in 5 seconds. Zeus still is that backdoor win con. They didn't use it for the Hextech Soul, but they can certainly potentially use it here for this upcoming Baron or even the Elder. Vision control right now to HLEvsT, but it's somewhat sparse. Still, they have control over the Baron pit right now. And every time Zeus is missing, you have to wonder, is he running up or is he hiding? He is in fact hiding. He's going to show on this minion wave, and Doran will have to run back down and chase him. They see the pings instantly on that Gwen. HLEvsT have the opportunity to start this Baron up and continue to control zone here with Zeka. Level 16 on his ultimate now.
Delight poking his head out of the fog of war here as we once again get our vision back. Zeka just trying to fish with these spells. Now, the rebuttal is on cooldown. True Shot Barrage doing a whole bunch of work as Kanavi gets in. There's a great Cataclysm, but they get on top of the Mel. It is a trade of mid laners as Ona goes golden. Bullet time is gigantic, and down will go Pays to the GA. And now it's time for the needlework to come out. A hook comes through. It's a double for Kanavi and an ace for HLE. We will be denied the Elder Flip, but we will not be denied a 5th game.
Zeka dies. But it does not matter. HLE lose only the Mel, and Mel will win her first game of the tournament, even if she's the only one to die in the game-winning team fight. It's Gumayusi, whose ultimate rips through this melee composition here for T1, takes Pays out, and brings us to the 5th and final here of Kespa Cup. Since top 4, we just go the distance.
33 minutes and 69 kills.
Pretty nice.
That's a nice game right there in Game 4, bringing us to Game 5 once again. 3 days in a row. Man, if you are not entertained, then I think that the problem is with you and not with the Kespa Cup, because this has been the greatest tournament of the year.
T1's draft had a lot of really strange elements to it, but how they played the level 3 gank from Owner, the invade into Kanavi's jungle, how fed he was, how much they scrapped to try to force that lead for Pays. Started to work, but then it fell apart when Zeka just was able to catch them when they were trying to actually hard force a lot of those scrappy fights, those skirmishes in the early game. Zeka became so big, it was too difficult for T1 to actually break through the smell. Then Guma scaled incredibly well, and in the late game, he just kept getting ultimates where he was hitting 3+ members for enough time to actually win those fights, as he was basically full build. and HLE will win the game. I think the game felt really warped by the fact that Zeus was always in sides too on this Gwen, and T1 couldn't actually get the setups that they so desperately needed, because if they committed heavily to, say, a Baron, that Gwen goes into the main base and they just lose the game. Yeah, that's it.
And I feel like this highlight package is going to tell a lot of different stories. It also might be exceptionally long. We'll just have to see.
I don't know, I feel like we're going to have a point where we just like skip to the end, because
yeah,
we're at level 7 right here, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, there was a lot of this. As Owner had so many fights where he barely got like the last few kills. If some of these kills don't get over, I think HLEvsT1 win this game even more one-sidedly than they did.
And like, it was just really fun. Like, so many of these team fights were so incredibly fun. The massive knock-up that we saw there, this bullet time value, absolutely obscene. But then FaZe is always able to eke out so much damage on this Ezreal that fights never felt that one-sided, unless Zeka finds an incredible snipe like that. It was just such a silly game.
I'm just kind of in awe of it. I'm watching it back again, seeing if there's like anything we didn't quite catch, and
this was like 2.1 kills per minute.
I feel like we got like 3 games of League of Legends in one.
Yeah, at least. And also, it was just hands check. Hands check all over the place for the entirety of the game without stopping.
Yeah, this was a micro game.
Yeah.
This was not a macro game. This became a little bit of it almost by the end. Skuma here. That timing of the Sonia's Corona is actually so powerful how that all works out there.
Even able to buffer the abscon. Very, very cool.
Very cool to see, but if you see fights like this, you're like, okay, FaZe needs to do insane work, right? He needs to actually be able to do massive amounts of damage, because the rest of this comp is melee, and the spell has such high range, and the kite back is real. And he tried his best, like he really did on this Ezreal, but eventually there are limits to what you can actually get done as a solo Ezreal when your teammates are just falling apart around you.
And I mean, he was right on that limit. Well, he played an exceptional game here. Even this, being able to arcane shift out of the way of Kanavi and eking out so much damage. I mean, this was a one team fight by T1. And it meant that HLE then needed to go for another skirmish around a Baron. And the fact that T1 are even able to get themselves to a Hextech Soul was absolutely revolting. That fight ended up lasting for a whole lot longer than that, as this is going to be the final fight, as they all pile onto Zeka, which is exactly what they need to do.
Look at Guma. Guma's just biding his time. The door is gone. He's like, this is my go button.
Yeah.
And FaZe is caught in it, which is the most important part. If FaZe is out of that, maybe he and Doran can kite back with Hextech Soul and Harpoons.
Oh my god, the Gwen damage is also just revolting.
Guma,
as Doran, the last man standing, will be taken down.
Guma might get some votes here because he was able to get that
there
final ult. And I think after a rough start to the series, this is a deserved player of the game.
I honestly think that anyone could have picked up player of the game for this one. It was not the cleanest, but it was definitely the best that we've had this entire tournament. And you know what the even better part is? We now get another one, as it is time for game number 5. We'll see what kind of crazy picks we're going to have left for us in that one as well, because it's Fearless, and things could get even more weird. Let's take a short break. When we get back, the final game of Casper Cup 2025.
갑자기 너 보고 살인범이래.
잡았다, 범인.
조각합시다. 조각이 뭐야? 난 내가 어떻게든 킨다.
동네 복싱장 관장, 그리고 IM 복서 마스터 마동석입니다. 저는 많은 복서분들에게 이 무대를 꼭 만들어드리고 싶었습니다. 다들 준비되셨죠?
네, 안녕하세요. 주인강입니다.
UFC에서 활동을 했었고
막 전국체전 13연패 하신 분들
좋았던 것 같습니다.
집에 가야겠는데 바로? 지금 저분들도 복서야?
그러면 안 되죠.
망했네. 우리나라에 복서도 다 모였네.
빨리 싸우고 싶다. 진짜 죽을 때까지 한번 싸워보고 싶다.
복싱 선수들은 링이 무대거든요.
박스! 결국 맞짱이네.
포기하지 마, 포기하지 마. 복싱은 결국 자신과의 싸움입니다.
좀만 더, 거의 다 왔어.
돈 내고 봐야 되는 경기라 돈 좀 거둘까요?
Wild in pursuit of suspect. Back off, rookies. We got him.
Sorry. Could you show me that clip again? Wasn't wearing my glasses.
Fail at this case, and I will split you up.
No snake has set foot in Zootopia in forever.
There's a snake!
We're gonna crack this case and prove we're the greatest partners of all time!
Yeah! If you want to talk to a reptile, I am your gal. When Zootopia was founded, this whole neighborhood got cut off from the rest of the town. It's the only place you can get away with wearing a shirt and no pants. Hey, Johnny! Zootopia has a secret reptile population.
So warm.
Whoops! No!
Keep it.
But whatever you're tangled up in has to do with snakes. It's dangerous.
I want the fox and rabbit gone.
Come on! Oh. Ow! Stop pulling my ears! Stop pulling my ears! Come back!
Snakes aren't the bad guys. This is our chance to set things right.
No one will believe us.
They're helping the snake.
We took an oath to make the world a better place. And an innocent snake needs our help.
Here we go. Judy!
Big!
We need out of here. Hey, Flash, 100-yard dash. We need to get across town.
No problem.
This is the only pure thing in this world. The fire came from the mountain, burned our forest. My people cried for help. But Eva did not come.
This world goes much deeper than you imagine.
Protect your sister. Yes, sir. Stay under cover. What does that always say?
Sully stick together.
No, the other one.
Sully never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
How do you still live?
What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
Whoa.
You want to spread your fire across the world. You need me.
We must fight! I call upon the warrior mother. I'll kill you! I swear!
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 각하 조국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
이름은 백기태. 중앙정보부 부산지부 정보과 과장이다.
중정에는 왜 들어갔어요?
애국하러 갔습니다.
애국?
오빠 미쳤어?
우리 삼남매 나 살자고 이러는 거다.
힘 없으면 그저 개돼지 지름이니까. 너 이거 잘못되면 검찰 조직이 박살나는 거야.
날 상대하려면 각오는 해야 될 거야.
뭐 하자는 수작입니까?
애국.
나는 지금부터 세상을 바꿀 것이다.
갑자기 너 보고 살인범이래.
잡았다. 범인. 조각합시다.
조각이 뭐야? 난 내가 어떻게든 이긴다.
동네 복싱장 관장 그리고 IM 복서 마스터 마동석입니다. 저는 많은 복서분들에게 이 무대를 꼭 만들어드리고 싶었습니다. 다들 준비되셨죠?
네, 안녕하세요.
You've been watching a lot of T1 best of fives across the last 2 years. And for HLEvsT1, what is the punish play going to be here? Maybe locking up the bottom 2v2, trying to get the most favorable matchup there could be the way to go about things. As Guma's pool, I'm going to use the MF even. It's going to go down to the Lucian.
Oh, okay.
One of the most aggressive picks that's left.
Lucian's an interesting one, as they probably want to pick, and they will lock it away now. And so Lucian Nami into an inevitable something poppy is what I'm expecting.
Zeri Lulu is not possible because Lulu is banned.
Oh, Zeri Yumi. Just do Zeri Yumi.
They might.
That would be so funny.
They might.
That would be so funny.
Owner is laughing a lot. I don't know what the discussion is. I mean, his Lee Sin was banned last game around. He had an incredible performance on the Sylas. No way.
I mean, it's going to be Zeri, but
we know it's to be Zeri, but like, but Zeri and what?
Just Yuumi. Just do it. Do it, Keria. Oh, just do it. Oh, never mind. It's not going to happen. The Scion is going to come in instead. And I expect, I mean, that. Oh my God, they did it!
They did it.
Q Valdez.
Atlas knew.
Where is Valdez? Just
Atlas
like
knew long ago.
Back and forth. Back and forth. It is Lucian Nami, Zeri Yuumi, every single game. Well, I mean, it's not the same year, but we get the same matchup thanks to Fearless.
Syndra to try to punish this composition here for T1. All in on scaling, getting out of the laning phase and going to team fights. For HLEvsT1, it's all in on winning the lane and getting tempo advantages, but they will pivot to a Mundo pick here.
Okay, I don't know what that necessarily means. It does mean that Kanavi, most likely, is going to be going where he pleases, but Zeus could also be picking up that champion towards the top side if the matchup allows it. And now we get into some bans. Expecting the top lane to be figured out as look at Zeus. He's just having a good time.
This is a very stressful game
to play out. It doesn't look very stressful for Zeus, as you could see there.
Well, I think that might be his way of showing his stress.
Yeah, perhaps. I think that Coach Home and Mowgli, they're the ones that are looking like they're the most stressed out. Mata as well.
Trundle gets banned here, and you can also just ban away the Lee Sin once again. I think that's probably pretty safe here so that there's no access to the back line.
Yep.
And
I mean, this is going to be like Syndra TF or something like that, right? Just keep banning Zeka out.
Ornn is still available. Jax is still available. Will be taken away here.
All right.
I think T1 need a front line pretty desperately because right now all they have is 2 glass cannons and a cat that will attach to one of those glass cannons.
I mean, the problem for me is that HLE still have the TF Camille if they would like to go that way.
Yeah, they certainly could.
And that would be pretty scary. Is it Nocturne or is it... No, never mind. It's not even going to be the Lee Sin or the Nocturne.
I think Camille's going to get banned right here for T1 because it's one of the best ways to lock down this area with what's left. I mean, the Nautilus is gone. That was banned in Game 4.
It's one of the combo that they get rid of, and it will be the TF.
I still think that Camille without the TF is incredibly powerful here.
I agree.
They don't have Galio either, but Camille on its own, strong. Now, if they lock it here, Thorin will get his counter pick.
And I just don't know whether there are too many counter picks for Camille still left up, especially with the Jax banned away.
It's just going to be Camille into Ornn, isn't it?
Does Doran follow in Shiu's footsteps and locks in the Fiora?
I would rather see a frontline here, but I mean, it's not that you have to have a frontline with this comp here for T1 because Camille's going to get access to the Zeri anyways.
I would rather anything else other than the Fiora. It was terrible. Didn't really like it at all. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It didn't work. Let's just say that.
Shen actually makes a ton of sense.
All right. Look at Mata. Bit of a grin on his face there.
That's actually such a cool lock-in.
So wait, now everyone except for Faker can just attach to Pays and go for a ride. That's going to be the plan.
Okay, final pick here is going to be the jungle for Owner. I mean, I suppose he could be playing the Shen.
What about the Nocturne Shen combo? The ninja delivery system.
You're just reading the minds of T1 right now. Or
never mind, it's a rock. It's a rock for no, it's the Nocturne. It's not, they're doing it. They're doing
here we
the
go.
Combo.
It's just full global here, full send. You can't see Pays. You can't kill Pays. He's got so many shields. They have so much scaling, and the Kassadin is Zeka's way of saying, well, we'll bring some of that scaling back. I mean,
Kale mid. No, Kassadin actually like. It kind of works.
They could also play Smolder, I suppose, but this is AP damage that scales to an incredible degree.
Oh,
and Zeka's going to pull it out, pull it in. Atlas, okay, so there are, for T1, an incredible amount of ways to peel for this Zeri. Between the taunt for the Shen, the fear for the Nocturne, gravity field, shields, of course, for both the Shen and the Yuumi. And Pays' barrier that he will likely be taking in this game as well. I don't think this is a game where you want to go cleanse. And then they have scaling for days with the Victor and the Zeri. The scaling Kassadin is still going to be relevant. The burst damage of the Lucian feels really good if you can lock down Zeri with the Hextech ultimatum for Zeus. I kind of feel like this game might be decided by whether Zeus can be played through a lot in this one. If they can actually take Doran out of the game again, maybe there's enough overwhelming force here to get on top of the Zeri. But this is the type of AD carry game where you're like, you either kill the Zeri or you lose the game. There is no middle ground.
And the Zeri has a gigantic extra shield, not to mention the cat providing shields for days. I mean, when it comes to get on the Pays bus, this is what it is, right? Oh my goodness, what an incredible treat we have here for game number 5. Ignore the fact that this used to be one of the most annoying bottom lane matchups that we had. This is brand new. This is the Kesper Cup, and this is game 5, do or die. Okay, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are onto the Rift for the final game of the tournament. The last time we are going to see feats of strength or the Arakan or 2025 at the end of a title of a tournament. It's a big moment. And already, HLE have decided that they want to start fighting. Throwing briefcases towards Pays here will get slowed down momentarily. Another one connects onto the AD carry is now Faker in this brush. Will actually go Gravity Field first.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great, but it is going to help them save their summoners. Well, the majority of them. Keria will heal, and that is going to be that. So Gravity Field first, not going to feel ideal. It's definitely going to make Zeka feel like he's got a pretty free start here at level 1, as Kassadin, in a lot of matchups, really does struggle because he's much more relevant later on in the game. Into Victor, he feels pretty chill. You know, he's not going to be putting kill pressure onto the Victor, but he's certainly going to be, you know, relaxing, farming, getting experience, which is what Kassadin likes to do until the clock hits 16. And that's doomsday for T1 if some of the other parts of the map are a little bit falling apart, right? And Doran is where I've got my eye in on the mini-map already.
Kuma already throwing out the Ardent Blaze here. Gets exhausted by Keria, who does join back up with Pays here. If Keria can eat a lot of the damage, then they feel really good in a lot of these trades. It's how the Yuumi kind of works.
Now, in the past, this was such an oppressive lane because Yuumi could attach and detach and harass a lot better.
Yeah, the bop and block was kind of broken.
It was super broken. So we had tons of harassment that was sometimes just unanswerable because you could trade your health bar for theirs and then become untargetable. Still can work out that way as Doran, the man I was watching.
There's the hook shot as Doran's going to flash immediately. Kanavi does try to deliver some TPS reports to him, but he decides that his desk does not want them, and he's going to send them back.
Well, that's the first flash of the game taken. Baker does hit level 2, so he can actually start to really annoy Zeka more.
Yep.
He used his gravity field to kind of annoy him while he was trying to CS, but it ended up leading to too much. But now he's actually relevantly harassing, as Yuumi is very annoying.
Yeah, Tycho is blessing out here from Delight, but not a whole lot of value being picked up here as Keria utilizing that health bar well once again. A few of these minions going to the wayside as Prowling Projectile will land. Kanavi now towards his bottom side. His jungle did get cleared out just a little bit here by Ona, as now Zeus looking for a bit of an angle here, finds the Q.
Yes, flash.
Yeah, he has flash and Doran does not. As Doran will find the stun. Let's see what can happen here as there's the stun in from Zeus. He gets the shield. Can he get the kill? That's the question. The answer is no. As if this was old Shen, he would have been able to throw the Kai strike, the key strike. But it's that Shen hasn't existed for years.
It's actually so wild. Zeus has to flash there. Doran just holds his auto. He's like, I'm not going to auto that shield. Very scared. The cannon is going to be denied as the observers do showcase there, even though they're both going to TP back in. Cole picked up here for Zeus.
Yeah.
So looking to hit a spike a little bit later on.
Owner is down here towards the bottom side. Is Extendo Beam going to slow down this Lucian?
I mean, this top lane is not very gankable because Shen is going to be able to dash away from a lot of stuff. He is going to be able to taunt Zeus. The Nocturne, though, isn't really going to be able to gank or do anything pre-6 unless a big mistake is made. So, again, Zeka's just kind of chilling, right? He's farming. He's getting his minions in. But the same is true of the Zeri that's up 10 farm right now. And Doran is aggressive on this pick.
Ona making his way in here as Zeka, no way to get out of this gravity field as he's going to need to flash, but he decides not to. Gets speared up, and there is first blood over to Faker.
I mean, it is a Kassadin, but I cannot believe level 4 gank here from that. Goes in.
There's the heal out as Gumayushi running away with about 150 health. Pays is looking a little worse for wear as well, as Kanavi will be able to defend his Raptor camp. A great start for T1 so far, though, as Shadow Dash does bring Doran in. Zeus does manage to wait out the Twilight Refuge. Was put down there.
Who would have thought that Doran had, like, with the Shin pick, would just start popping off in a lane like this after everything that's happened? I mean, after everything that's happened, I'm not even just talking about in this series, like after his whole career.
Well, I mean, it hasn't happened yet, right? He is going to be even on farm.
Well, I mean,
we'll be able to send Zeus back to base.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to give him a lead in farm, you have to think, as Zeus will have to run back down, or at least, you know, hookshot a little bit his way back down to the bottom lane, as we do have these swaps coming through. But a lead is already generated for Pays in this bottom lane with the Yuumi. He was walking the tightrope on the end of that one, but yeah, there is no punish to come through. And also, Faker got first blood into a Kassadin with a Nocturne gank because Zeka decided not to flash.
And First Strike has actually been getting a whole bunch of money for Gumayushi. He's somehow actually had a gold advantage, even though he's 15 CS down. I think just because he's been getting money off that Keystone. As Zeus now down here towards the bottom side, dealing with the harassment of the Cat and the Electric Lady. It's, yeah, quite annoying to deal with, as Ona's going to come on over and look to take down this dragon towards the bottom side. His Nocturne has always been absolutely fantastic, but we haven't seen it in quite some time.
Well, this also isn't really a dive composition, but it can kind of be played like one with a Shen. And Kanavi here, I mean, he just is outnumbered. Faker can rotate over as well.
Yeah, Zeka making his way in. He does have the Rift Walk available. Follows Faker with it, as we can see here, but Faker not too worried about it.
Yeah, not at all.
Kanavi's going to give this one up.
I think that Owner's main role in these team fights, again, unless somebody's out of position, like Guma's, you know, by himself, or there's a Nami to be found, he can just protect Pays with his ultimate.
Yep.
And then Pays has shields for days, right? Like, this is Protect Pays, this is all about Pays. This whole tournament for T1 feels like it's been all about Pays and showcasing what this AD carry is capable of, as Faker's going to grab a plate here.
Oh, there's the paranoia, as they just kill Zeka in an instant.
Just did so much damage Faker did in those aggressive pushes, and there's just, unfortunately for Zeka, nothing really he could do to outplay this.
Yeah, yeah, he just died. So, not a whole lot of answers there, as we're going to have a look at the replay. This was Faker landing the poke required in order to make this one work.
Oh, he got stunned on the edge to eat the E as well. He was trying to hit that minion there. That's disastrous. Plate goes over. Faker gets another Q, I think. Yeah, that's...
Dustbringer going to be what does it in the end alongside the paranoia damage.
This is a pretty significant lead here for T1 early.
Yeah. There are certainly a lot of options later on in the game, right? If HLE can weather the storm, then they will be able to get some work done, but it's a while away. You can see it's a couple of red rocks here in the inventory of Zeka and Kanavi, actually, which is a bit strange, but
there's actually a lot of
different
them
builds
all over the map.
Faker gonna have to flash, and he does get himself out of the way there. Ardent Blaze is going to do a little bit of damage, but Faker will make it to safety. And Kanavi just continues to wander around. He does not want to go over towards these grubs, though. They are going to be secured here by T1.
If Doran is willing to drop his side lane pressure at any point in time, as you were alluding to in the draft, he can also follow Owner to a team fight.
Oh, there's the final chapter as Gumayushi. I think he might just be dead. He has the barrier, but he's not even going to use it. There's Feats of Warfare for T1, and they have a monopoly on the kills.
The shield would have done nothing for him there. And now they're going to try to come over here and get Kanavi. Kanavi does successfully take this red buff away, but the rotation is coming down of Pays and Keria. He's very tanky, but I don't know how long he's going to last here. He needs some help.
Yeah, the brief race comes through as now Pays gets himself set up. Zeka gets over that wall, but I don't know whether he's at safety just yet. Keria going down low is now Delight with the tidal wave. He's looking to try and chase them out. And he's at least going to get them out of there as the teleport comes through from Zeus as well.
Faker's just getting free farm on the top side. There is no answer, as everybody comes down to try to bail out Kanavi, who's just a farm addict, isn't he, Atlas?
Yeah,
He's like, I gotta go in there and get that. And I mean, he does escape, but at such a hefty price. Zeka also has to teleport, so both teleports are gone now. And Faker got a lot of extra farming done. I don't think he quite got that plate just yet, but he's probably pretty close as Doran's going to go in.
Yeah, there's the taunt. Spirit's Refuge does come on through there to try and mitigate some of these autos. Zeus still going to be very, very scary. We know what he can do. Like game 5s on this Camille, we had one yesterday, right? And it was pretty impressive. But they didn't have a deficit like this at the beginning. It's looking a little rough at this point in time. Still, the night is young. And Guma underneath this turret probably will lose this plate right here. And that is more money going over to Pays. Delight moving up towards his top side though, as now Faker could be in a little bit of trouble. Let's see whether they can actually lock him down, as there is the Rift Walk to get Zeka in there. Faker going down lower, there is the ulti, and Doran will be able to save his mid laner.
And this time it's the Camille that's going to have some extra time along the side because she can't get here, and T1 are looking to do more than just defend. Here's the rotation over a Pace. He hasn't ulted yet this game, but I think he wants to.
Yeah, Kanavi looking to make his way in here as well, as Delight is kind of fish food right now. There's the paranoia. They get in on top of this Kassadin, and he will be the first to go down. The final chapter comes in as now Delight doing his very best to survive, but the gravity field is so good. Pays grabs it with the extendo beam, and that is 2 on the floor. 5-0 in favor of T1.
We're on perfect game pace right now. I know it's still very early, as it looks like Guma will at least get a plate. That doesn't show up in the UI though, so as far as I'm concerned, that
still
doesn't
perfect
count.
game ready. I agree with you.
And there's no way for the Camille to join this fight, whereas Faker still holds teleport, so they can just bring the whole crew. The circus arrives. It's not a 3-ring circus, it's a 5-ring circus on this one. Delight gets stunned up and taken out, and T1, they had a massive lead from the lanes alone, but now picking up additional kill gold here. The smallest lead is for Doran, and that's still 200 here on this Shen. Did an incredible amount of work on that last fight by setting up the shield to buy time to get them into position for that in the first place.
Absolutely did. Got some top lane is back to being a top lane again, as we see them battling right here. Doran taking a bit of damage, as we could see, but the scalpel in position. He is pretty scary. As okay, Chemtech Soul, Chemtech Drake, sorry, going to be the second one. No idea what the Soul is going to be just yet, but I am a little bit sad that it's not going to be a Cloud. As Pay's going to come on over with Carrier, and they will be able to secure this, so we'll find out what the Soul is imminently. And that is also going to get feats of strength here for T1, the last team to pick it up in competitive League of Legends.
Imagine Chemtech Soul. I mean, it's not going to be the thing. It's
Hextech again. Hextech, my god.
But even the extra shields that they get from a single Chemtech Dragon in this composition, where Pays has like infinity shields,
yes,
feels quite nice here for T1. And I'm thinking about the Kassadin level right now. I want everyone to put their eyes at that 9 right there, and imagine it turns into a 16 and the Nexus hasn't exploded yet, because at this point, I feel like that's all you're really able to hope for. And even the Camille is not that far behind, but everyone else is. But if the Camille was even ahead, it becomes so hard when the leads are this lopsided everywhere else, because Owner can just focus the side laning Camille down, and so she can't really side lane the way she wants to if she's ahead. She's only a little bit behind, and that's the best news here for Hanwha Life right now.
Yeah, and if you can just overload and the Camille is unable to push quickly enough, then the value of having her in that side lane is not going to be that high, and the value of a Shen being able to just stand united with a member of T1 and force fights elsewhere, it's just going to be so much better. I really wanted to talk about how these compositions were going to interact later on in the game, but if this game continues the way it is, it could just be a steamroll here by T1.
It looks like it might be, but we're going to see an angle here.
Yeah, there's the ulti back as Gumayushi does get exhausted immediately. Final chapter comes in, Paranoia goes down, and Goomer is just dead. Owner will be able to take his exit as well, and he may not even need to, as Kanavi's going to make his way over Redemption to get them healthy once more. They might be able to defend this turret, but my god, Delight taking so much damage here as Pays still wants more.
Let's not forget, Delight!
Oh my god, the Prowling Projectile.
I mean, let's not forget, Doran didn't even have to ult there. They didn't even need to use it, but they had it.
Hextech Ultimatum, Doran might be going down here as, the flash gets him just out far enough.
Actually, it's going to be able to get that cannon as well with the shield, and not too worried. They couldn't go even deeper than they have, though. I mean, it would have cost them a lot of damage on this turret if Doran just abandoned this Camille on the top side. Luckily for them, they didn't need to. He wants to make something of this.
Yeah.
Baker's coming up.
And Doran is going to be able to find the taunt here as there's the flash out. Almost enough burst damage. As they have so much. Yeah, the TP is going to come through. That will get Zeus out of there.
Still a huge win, though. They got the TP out of the Camille, and Faker's still going to have a free push here on the top side. Zeka is getting at least some work done on the bottom side. Doran will be able to TP over there, but it's just going to be some free experience for Zeka. He's actually got hurt for a moment.
Yep, that actually looked like they almost did damage. Briefcase going to come down here as Doran once again in a little bit of trouble. Gripped walking around is Zeka here with his Rod of Ages now completed. And it looks like they are wanting to go for a bit of a dive here as Kanavi has the ulti running. And
there's no minions.
Stand United. And that is Doran just heading towards the top lane.
Yeah, there's no minions here, so you could just leave this and not care. And if they had further committed to that dive, they would have ended up, it would have backfired massively. Doran gets out, Faker gets a turret, Paze gets a turret. They're looking for a kill!
It's another paranoia to come on through as the tidal wave doesn't do anything at all. Delight looking to make his way out, but the cat is going to die. And now Zeka is making his way in. Paze still alive and gets the redemption there as well from the grave. As Zeus rotating over will be able to find Doran here.
They're just going to collapse onto him, though, if he doesn't get out of here. He has the blast cone, he has the hook shot. Yeah. He is going to be okay, but he cannot find any angle to pressure.
Oh my goodness, almost an extendo beam kill there from Paze.
I mean, right now Zeus is still not necessarily safe, and this turret is the target here for T1 ultimately.
All right, let's see what he can use as no ulti is available. Kanavi's going to move down as there's a teleport in. Zeka looking to try and get relevant in this game as Faker goes down incredibly low to that last turret shot. Force Pulse comes in, but Doran is playing some great defense as Carrier is making his way over. There's a taunt, and down will go Zeka. Out will go Zeus as well. He's going to look to escape, but one kill so far for HLE. That is all they have to show for this game.
Doran Shin was not on my bingo card, Atlas, but it is actually pretty scary. And they are playing around it so well. They're playing around Owner's Nocturne, which is world-renowned so incredibly well. It's a third death for Guma in the mid lane. And the final outer turret is just a sneeze away from death here in the bottom lane. It's a 5,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. The problem is that it has insane scaling elements baked into it as well. Look at the rod here for Zeka. It's only 3 clips in.
Well,
that looks very funny.
He's going to be able to make his way out. There's a paranoia available, so the Nocturne not quite in range.
I mean, they might look to ult elsewhere and just get this turret for free. Maybe looking for the Lucian in the top lane could be the next target, as he is just trying to absorb that. As they absorb the pressure bottom side, he's trying to get value out of it, where there are no T1 members on the top to try to get a bounty turret. That's going to take a while. Meanwhile, Pace is looking for this inner. The outer, the final one, goes down here for T1.
And oh my goodness. There's just not a whole lot they can do. Kanavi and Gumushi are going to be able to take an outer turret here towards the top side and get some bounty gold, but that is going to be soul point once again here for T1.
Hextech soul point, of course.
Yes. So that is going to be problematic. Faker is going to be able to get another turret.
They lost a game with Hextech soul in this series.
They did.
But the game state was quite different. And this time, they are getting these dragons not by steals, not by miracles, but by complete and total map control. There is almost no place where Hanwha Life can see past the river here on the map. There's one control ward just to the north of your screens here above the blue buff. But that is about it.
All right, Paze and Carrier getting back to work here in this mid lane. But I think they're going to vacate that area. You can see Gumushi and Delight moving towards this top side. Let's see whether we actually get any honest team fights in this game. As Kanavi, with his hard steel at the ready, is looking to come on over here as Pace taking a lot of damage, but he's offering a whole lot back as well. He's going to pick up 2 from the bottom side, make that a third as Kanavi's flashing out of the way. And we hadn't certified it yet, Wolf, but I think the certification is coming in now. Quadra kill to start it off. Can he get the 5th? The answer is no, because Daze is going to get out of there, but I think it might just be exactly that, Wolf. This inhibitor turret is not long for the world, and T1 now we're going to push further forward.
Zeus is trying to buy time here, but he will also fall. You have to imagine, Pace says absolutely!
The unofficial pentakill here for T1's 80 carry. Another one here at the Kesper Cup. I know it's not official, but I kind of want to give it to him anyway, as he did kill all 5 of them.
Whew. this game is looking to be potentially the most one-sided we have had for the whole tournament. Perhaps you could make an argument for the T1 versus Japan game in the group stage, but I just don't think so.
I didn't see Zeus solo kill Dora in this game.
And
Ray Farkey, he did do that.
Ray Farkey did what Zeus could not in this one. That is very true. There's like nothing else T1 could get on the map, right? Like they actually can't be ahead more. I suppose they could have, instead of chasing Zeus there, maybe pushed for the inhibitor, but even getting an inhibitor doesn't necessarily give them a big advantage. It just gives more farm over to Hanwha Life as Kanavi is the target in this fight.
Yeah, and Pays is just gonna dash in, obliterates Gumayushi, and the flash out of the way there from Zeka to try and keep himself alive. Zeus is gonna get stopped here by Doran, held onto as he tries to hookshot his way out, but just more dashes over. Zeus trying his very best to do some funny business to get out of the way. But I don't think the hookshot is going to be back quick enough, and down he will go. Pays is 9-0-4 in this game.
And he's got a Yuumi on his back. He's got a Nocturne who can flicker the lights. He's got a Shen to shield him. And Faker, by the way, also just happens to be casually 4,000 gold ahead on the scaling Victor. I don't think this Kassadin is hitting level 14, not less 16 in this one, and down he goes.
Yeah, the calling comes in, and Zeka sort of dies as an afterthought. Gumayushi going to follow suit as, yeah, this inhibitor is also going to be taken out. It is 18-1. This game is so incredibly done and dusted, and HLE were barely even present.
I mean, what can you do? What can you do at this point but just accept the reality?
I think make some phone calls. That's what Kanavi's doing. He's going to make some phone calls, see what he can do, and then possibly think more about what to do in the LCK Cup that's going to be coming up next year.
We had in our top 4 all except Teddy, of course, of active XT1 80 carries. Pays is going to be the first one to pick up a Kespa Cup title. Atlas T1 has never won before, but it looks like they're going to pick up their first trophy right now.
Yeah, here's the paranoia into that back line, as of course they're going to be going for the Nami first. Kanavi goes down as well as Pays gets amongst it. Zeus tries to do something, but it's a double kill here for the T180 carry, and T1 wipe the floor with them. It's a clean ace, and that will be the end of game number 5, and T1 claiming their very first Kespa Cup trophy.
And the very first tournament post-Worlds will belong to them as well. T1 with an incredible performance here in the 5th and final game. Faker with the celebratory Zonias as the Nexus falls.
23-1 was the kill score at the end. HLE just getting absolutely obliterated in that final game. Very similar to what they did to DK, as DK was, of course, able to win a couple back and then got bopped in that 5th one. The same thing happens as T1 say no to a reverse sweep. That is only allowed by them.
We have so many loud cheers from the crowd here as T1 will lift the cup for 2025. And the beginning of a new era of T1 begins now. A new 80 carry, but the core remains. They went from Worlds to Kespa Cup 2025, and 2026 is just on the horizon. And if this tournament is anything to go by, this team should be feared.
I would agree. And I'd like to call this the first brick in the Golden Road, Wolf.
There you go.
That's what I want to call it. As Pays, yeah, did 3 times the damage of his opponent, but I think most of the players did. Faker also demonstrating the same thing, as Zeka was unable to do anything at all in this game. And yeah, this was a blowout. This was an absolute shutout for T1 in the final game of this series, but I am so glad that we at least got 5. Right?
We did. We got almost the maximum amount of games this tournament had to offer, and we almost got the entire maximum we could have had to offer in this arena as well. We were just 1 short.
Yep.
Nomshim couldn't bring us to 3, but besides that, we were going this is the fastest game, I believe, of the tournament, and definitely, I think, more one-sided than the Team Japan loss that they had in the group stage, as T1 just bowl Hanwha Life Esports over.
Man, I'm kind of reeling because we had like 69 kills, you know, 2.1 or something kills per minute in game number 4. It was a barn burner. And then this kind of whiplash as we just have an absolute shellacking where FaZe takes over the entire game, playing some like vintage Zeri Yuumi in the bottom lane. Just kind of ridiculous.
This was just the setup for FaZe to pop off, and it felt like that was the setup for this whole tournament for T1. It felt like they were just like, let's showcase our new AD carry and what he brings to the table, what he brings to this roster, because starting from the group stage played online, it felt like the entire tournament was about FaZe and facilitating him, right? Like there were some moments for Owner. Silas game was incredible. Faker had some pop-off moments to be sure, but FaZe in this meta that has been so focused on the 2v2, so focused on AD carry, Keria set him up for success. They played through him. He had the highest leads of early game lanes out of any AD carry. He had the biggest explosive DPMs outside of Smash, and he caught up to him as well. And the guy just could do no wrong.
Yeah, he was absolutely amazing. And now it is time to hear from the entirety of T1, our brand new Kesper Cup champions. And they are waiting on stage alongside for the interview. So I think it is time to head over there just about right now. I'm pretty sure, as I believe that's where Caster Jun is going to be sending the rest of the Korean broadcast. So here we are for the interview with T1.
2025 리그 오브 레전드 캐스파컵 우승을 차지한 T1 선수 전원과 함께 얘기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 우승 축하드립니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 먼저 도란 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Doran, on your win. You are the champion of 2025 Kesper Cup. How do you feel? 네, 영광의 우승컵을 차지한 팀은 바로 T1인데요. 우승 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 일단 이제 새로운 로스터로 첫 대회인데 이렇게 우승으로 시작하게 돼서 너무 좋고요. 또 캐스파컵 제가 프로 경력이 되게 오래 됐는데도 캐스파컵 우승은 없었는데 이렇게 또 하나 채우게 돼서 기쁩니다.
Yes, I'm very happy to begin this new roster with a championship, and I didn't have any Kespa Cup in my career, but very happy to have it in with me today. And T1 played very well today. Who would you say is the MVP of today's match? 오늘 T1 선수들 모두 정말 멋진 활약 많이 해주셨는데요. 도란 선수가 보시기에는 오늘의 MVP 어떤 선수일 것 같은가요?
네. 이제 4명 다 너무 잘 하긴 했지만 그래도 또 저희 페이즈 선수의 퍼포먼스가 되게 높게 보기 때문에 뭔가 느낌이 좀 그런 것 같아요.
So all 4 players played very well, but I think FaZe played the best in today's match. So I'll give him the MVP. 네, 좋습니다. 이어서 오너 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. You're the championship of the Series Kespa Cup. How do you feel? 네, 이렇게 결승전에 승리를 하면서 캐스파컵 우승을 했는데요. 우승 소감 부탁드립니다.
네, 이제 어떤 대회든 사실 우승하면 너무 기분이 좋기 때문에 또 이렇게 풀과까지 가는데 저희가 승리를 해서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
Any championship makes me very happy, so even after the full set, I'm very excited to win this cup. And actually, Kespa Cup has come to an end now. What would you say was the most memorable moment of this Kespa Cup? 네, 지난주부터 이어진 Kespa Cup의 여정이 이제 끝이 났는데요. 좀 가장 기억에 남는 순간은 어떤 순간이었을까요?
너무 짧기도 했고 저 준비 기간도 사실 너무 짧아가지고 기억에 남는 순간은 없는 것 같은데 그냥 이제 이렇게 대회 하는 내내 그냥 즐겁게 해서 그런 부분들이 좀 만족스러웠던 것 같습니다.
I don't have one most memorable moment, but I did enjoy the entire process and journey of this Kespa Cup. And lastly, you guys gave away the last play with Hana, but you took the win today. What kind of did you guys do different compared to the last play? 네, 오늘 또 하나의 복수전에 성공을 했는데요. 좀 어떤 부분을 특별히 신경 쓰셨을까요?
뭐 딱히 신경 쓴 부분은 없었던 것 같고 그냥 전 경기에 왜 졌었을까를 생각하면서 그냥 네, 잘 준비해서 왔는데 이렇게 좋은 결과가 있어서 너무 다행인 것 같습니다.
So we didn't pay closer attention to one specific thing, but we did prepare well and came to today's match and took the win today. Great. 네, 이어서 페이커 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Faker. How do you feel winning the Caspa for the first time? 우승 진심으로 축하드립니다. 또 캐스파컵의 우승은 또 처음인데요. 소감 부탁드릴게요.
네, 이번에 또 처음으로 캐스파컵 우승할 수 있어서 기쁘고요. 또 저희 팀이 이제 새로운 멤버로 이번에 또 플레이하게 됐는데 첫 대회부터 우승할 수 있어서 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
点赞再看，养成习惯。
새로운 우주가 탄생할지어다. 새로운 우주가 탄생할지어다.
Oh, Baker may be in trouble here. Denmark tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Baker, what was that? Maybe in trouble here, Denmark.
탄생할지어다.
Even though I only have a mat on the floor, I think he's in the bed. Oh, Baker may be in trouble here. Denmark tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Baker, what was that?
승리하기 위해서 스킨이 꼭 필요한 건 아니지만 은하계 학살자 제도의 특등 스킨은 꽤 특별한 것 같은데요. 근데 진지하게 제 은하계 학살자 특등 제도 에디션은 꼭 써보세요. 그럼 톡톡에서 만나요.
your support throughout Kespa Cup, and we'll try our best in the new season and with the LSK Cup as well. 네, 좋습니다. 이렇게 2025 리그 오브 레전드 캐스파 컵 우승을 차지한 T1 선수들 전원과 함께 얘기를 나눠봤고요. 저희는 잠시 후 시상식으로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 우승 축하드립니다.
자, 계속해서 한국 e스포츠 협회가 주최하고 이 모든 이야기가 여기에 디즈니 플러스 그리고 로지텍 내셔널 지오그래픽 어페럴이 함께한 2025 캐스파컵 이제 시상식을 거행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우승 시상을 도와주실 분은 자, 한국 e스포츠 협회
Here we are,
김영만
ladies and gentlemen, for the award ceremony here at the Casper Cup. As you can see, Castajun is here, and we are very lucky, Wolf and I, to have Okyong here alongside us to help translate, as we will have the president of Casper here to deliver all of the prizes.
We will indeed. Maybe try speaking again. Oh, Young, she is with us, I promise you guys.
She is. We can see her. She's just, she doesn't have a microphone that's actually working at this point in time.
If her microphone doesn't work, I'm going to give her mine. Oh, there it goes.
She is.
Okay.
Hi, welcome. You've, of course, been hearing her do all of the incredible translations of the interviews.
As well as the interviews themselves.
Exactly.
Yes,
and our champion.
So the champion for 2025 Casper Cup is T1.
60 million won to the champions. A lot of money and a lot of pride. The first time T1 can call themselves Casper Cup champions.
Definitely, and they've won many cups, but you know, Casper Cup is their first time, right?
Yeah, their very first time. Their first finals, and they won it in 5 games.
Yes, and here comes the players.
And we'll see who's going to be picking up the MVP.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the big question, but for now, we'll just be giving over the ceremonious check. It says champion right above that 60 million won. The trophy, I think, which might be worth more to these 5, especially Faker, who's played through so many Casper Cups without being able to lift the trophy himself.
right? And now they're awarded with the actual Kespa Cup by the president of Kespa.
Their trophy case is getting very, very full.
Oh, yes.
And now it's decorated with a brand new, very different trophy as well to go alongside so many of their others. And I don't want to do any like currency conversion for anyone because this is such a large number for everyone in the West that it's way more fun this way.
Yes.
They can buy 3 or 5 houses or buildings at this point in time.
Now I think they're giving a big round of applause to the president of Kespa as he walks off the stage. And now for today's final MVP. So Keria earned twice of a POG.
Ooh. Does that give him the edge?
But all the players played very well. So today's MVP.
Cameraman thinks it's the bottom lane.
I think he just panned across the whole team and it ended up in the bottom, but maybe he also thinks it's the bottom lane.
He slowed down. He didn't keep going, you know?
And for the MVP, we have Secretary General of Kespa, who will be doing the
presentation. He always likes to make sure he rides it out for as long as possible.
So all the players, yes. All the players played very well, but the final MVP is
Paige in the end.
Deserved.
Yeah.
I voted for him. I'll say it right now.
You voted for him.
I think he was the most valuable player in the tournament, and I think in this finals it was no different.
And this is very meaningful because it's actually his first official tournament with T1, right?
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, his very first time competing in the Kespa Cup as well.
But not his first MVP.
No.
Because he picked up one of those in his first LCK final against T1.
Notice Doran gave him a look when he picked it up here as well.
Exactly. And this time around, I am not salty that Doran didn't win.
Doran wasn't robbed this time. This time it was deserved for Pace. He absolutely deserved it.
So we're going to have a quick MVP interview.
Thank you for being here to translate for us, Okyung.
Thank you so much.
First off, you got final MVP just after you joined T1. How do you feel? I'm very happy that I've got MVP, final MVP after the first join and the first tournament with T1.
T1 옷 유니폼 입으니까 T1 이거 뭐 맛이 좀 다릅니까? T1의 맛은 뭡니까?
How is T1 different than your previous team? Is T1 delicious or yummy?
자 그러면 파인도 차지했는데 내년 앞서서 뭐 캐스파컵 우승하자 이런 페이커의 말씀도 있었고 자 끝으로 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
And lastly, could you please say some words to everyone? Thank you everyone for all your support. And I will play best to make all the fans laugh a lot and happy.
A man of few words, yes, but he says the right ones.
Definitely better than he used to be.
Yes, and this concludes the 10-day event of 2025 Kespa Cup.
What a tournament it was.
What an incredibly fun tournament. This has been such an incredibly good time. And I want to say huge thanks to Disney Plus as well for their support of Kespa Cup this year.
Definitely.
It was really difficult to put it on last year as well. I think we were lucky to have Kespa Cup revived, and now to have it here, potentially to stay with Disney is absolutely incredible because we all love the Kespa Cup over here. And so I think we are so incredibly lucky. I am definitely going to be going to watch Zootopia 2 and Avatar Fire and Ash. Just to
now that we're not casting Kespa Cup, we got to go watch some Disney movies.
Yes.
Oh, yes, definitely.
And thank you so much, Okyung, for being on the desk with us to help
My
us
pleasure,
with
anytime.
The translation.
Hard carrying every interview, every trans.
Yay!
Thank you so much, and we will see you hopefully next year for more Kespa Cup.
Bye, everyone! Congratulations, T1!
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. First blood. Minions have spawned. ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. has been slain. down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Aced. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. A summoner has
and got me an ace machine!
Violence solves everything. Welcome to the Howling Abyss. Minions have spawned. Enemy double kill. Enemy killing spree. Shut down. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Aced. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Has been slain. Shut down. Aced. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Aced. You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. been slain. An enemy has been slain. Has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill. Ace. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
The time has come to prune the tree. Welcome to the Howling Rift. Minions have spawned.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Triple kill. Ace. Has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill. Shut down. Enemy double kill. Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret. destroyed an inhibitor. You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Aced.